Right, so welcome to the Invasion session, whatever this is, 42. Yep, session 42. I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 17th of March, 2021. Happy holiday to you. And here are the players.
My name's Dylan, and I'm playing Cass, the Changeling Bard.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
And also, good evening. I am Colin. I will be playing Vanger, the dwarven clericy druidy guy person dude man fellow chap.
I almost wasn't ready.
I was not ready. And yes, good hello all. There we go.
Big hello.
Yeah. What did you remember from last time?
Well, a deer went to the theatre and disappeared. We snuck in, met. The princess wasn't in a different castle, but she wasn't willing to leave that castle.
The princess was happy in her castle.
Mario, we wandered out, met Fleabite on the other side of the wall, and are now on our way to try and find the cave, presumably without any sort of transport, because we don't know that we're not getting a carriage. It's gonna go great.
How long are we going to wait for a dare before giving up on him?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Wasn't the plan to get him... It was quite late on, right? These were planning to get him after the theatre.
I lost all of that.
Yeah, all of that. It was not a thing.
Did none of that come through? Okay. So I said, wasn't the plan to get a dare after? So I thought he was going to do things in the morning as opposed to at night. I thought you were going to head in at night so you didn't lose a couple of, like 4 hours worth of travel time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It was up to you guys. Because you can just head there straight away and then assume he was picking you up in the morning by, the site of the initial crime.
I mean, that sort of makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were being picked up on the way as we were heading over.
I mean, maybe. But I mean, none of us took notes.
Yeah, because we'd agreed in that sort of spot, so it would take a little bit of time for us both to get there, so I suppose,
Yeah.
Okay.
You can head in that direction anyway. Remember the wonderful triangle map that I might still have?
Sounds wonderful.
Do I still
my
have that?
My notes from last week are a bit all over. Do you want to? Then jazz hands.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you indicate to do a spell on something.
There we go.
I ran out of hat.
There was the map. Right? And I feel like the plan is still the same plan.
It's a shoe.
This isn't a map. This is a shoe.
I see you played Mappy Shoey before then. Okay. No, this makes sense, right? So, clearly, this is
Sure,
Evershed.
this game doesn't have Callum in it.
Wow. Callum being my secret map maker. So this is Evershed. And this was the journey to the original... Oh, let's do this this way. This was the original... The cart and the dead people with the bats. And then this was the cave. And that is a day's travel that way. And 2 days that way and 2 days that way. Yeah. Which is why you weren't heading with Cameron and Bryn's characters. You weren't going to there. You were heading to the cave because it would have just added a day on for no reason.
Yeah, okay.
That made sense to me. Which is why I obviously kept this super important, crucial diagram. Oh dear. I can't wait till years later, if I ever do keep this file, and I go back and go, what the fuck was this? But yeah. Let's go back to that page where it was safer.
So we were, heading to the spot for where we were supposed to get a cart?
No, I believe you were heading to the cave, because you were then going to meet him in the morning. And in my head, the plan was you would head there straight after, because you were going to hide out with what's his face? Warren Canty and his sister, right? In
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
farmhouse.
Until he was reaches, which probably would have been early morning, say.
But the plans have changed, obviously, significantly. So
Don't-
no, you do know that because you don't have Warren Canty anymore.
Well, we know that,
Mm-hmm.
but we don't know the other thing that we don't know. We do know that thing that I thought we didn't know, but I
Yeah.
now realise, of course, we know that.
But I feel like it's
But
safe to assume
the other,
that if the plan had been that he was going to pick you up in the morning, it makes your lives easier now. You know? The narrative way of adjusting the plan to have always been this more convenient way the whole time. Because I don't mind it if he's wait in the morning and realise he's have to walk home. But it just makes everything so much easier, and that way you don't lose a day for nothing.
Yeah.
I think that makes more sense. Whereas before, if you lost a day, it was on him. Now, if you lose a day, it's just on the fact that he left the game. So still Gregor's fault, no matter what way you look at it. Although I do love the idea that randomly a cart gets to you and it's just got theatre tickets for the show the previous night in them, just through some complete misunderstanding and half-written notes. Yeah. Right. So, anything else happened last time? Or is that the gist?
The whole failed rescue thing, of course.
It wasn't failed, it was a does she need rescued mission, ultimately. Right? And that went well. Because you got there, you found her, and she was like, nah, I'm cool. So I'd say that went pretty well. So the fact that you got a goal completed out of it also says that. So yeah, it's alright. Just, obviously, Cantor Belem wasn't particularly happy with the results because he was like, why is she staying? And turns to you and is like, mind control, yes! And you're like, probably not. After having used inspirational mind control on him previously.
it's not mind. It's mind enhancement.
Oh, I see.
Handsome.
A mind enhancing effect. Yeah. Was a mind affecting effect. Yep. A deer vanished. That's what I'll write for the previous notes. A deer vanished. With Cynthia. Silly a deer. Okay. So, if that's everything we remember and there's nothing else to remember, that's fine. Let's look at goals. So, current goals. Thachyoptera calastris Tonan connection to the box. Attempt to recover box from cave. Complete the Tonan job. Uncover Noah and Glint's secret. We then have deface Lord Tonan and acquire bat bits. That is
Yes.
our current goals.
Yeah.
So.
I cannot, at present, really think of one. I'm kind of struggling.
It's okay. That's just
Could
how
just
it is.
put in one of the other ones again, one of those. But
It's unlikely it's going to come up, let's face it.
yeah.
Being at the start of a session. So, based on that, let us open up on wherever you guys actually are at like probably midnight. Or the equivalent of. So where do we find you guys?
How much time is that giving us to get there? Is that
It's pretty much you collected Fleabite and have started walking off.
right?
right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Because I think the entire thing probably took 2 hours, give or take. Maybe 3 hours, never mind travelling through the city and such. So, yeah, I think all in 4 hours. So, yeah, let's say you've been half an hour from the wall now. Yeah, that'll do.
Trudging through semi-wilderness.
So, to use, we can time skip if need be as well. I'm not too fussed where we can open up on. I can just time skip to the cave if he's really wanted to, if that's where he's headed, or if you want to hide out in a farmhouse for a bit, or go to the.
I think. Well, because I think we should at the very least get farmhouse, right? Because I don't think we're going to achieve anything trudging along. At the farmhouse, we can at least sort of check in, rest, realize he's not coming. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know, it obviously depends what others think.
Yeah, we could definitely do with a sleep. You know,
Oh. Yeah, I've got some spells I need to recoup.
Yeah,
There-
to be fair.
But remember, that would be like a whole day you lose.
How many days do we have left at this point?
This is now the Friday, technically. Because remember, it's literally the start of the Friday, if I said midnight.
So we basically got to get this back today.
Today, okay.
The reason for that is, so, yeah, these are going to really struggle. These will actually need to go really quickly, because remember, it's 2 days there and back on foot.
Yeah.
So these are going to need to move pretty damn quickly. There and back, which, I'll be honest, it's maybe worth going back to town and getting transport. I know that you don't know that you won't have transport, but
Well, that's the problem, right?
yeah, but we just edit that because of narrative needs, right? Because if you want to go back to the cave with enough time to get the box back, you'll need to find a way to do it, and I don't think you can do this on foot.
How long will it take with transport?
I think I said it would take a day each way, right?
Stay with way.
Yeah. With transport, so that means you're obviously getting Friday burnt getting there, get thing, burn Saturday getting back, you have all of Sunday to chill. Monday wedding. But really what you want to do is Sunday cash in the Noah job. And then possibly attend a wedding.
I think it makes sense to. I mean, obviously, we actually have to go through the motions of turning up at the fucking farmhouse and going, "He's not coming, is he?"
No, I think what you need to decide as players, to be honest, between the three of you is what he's doing. Do you want to actually get to that cave and see about recovering the box or not?
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
Because-
yes.
Yeah, we do.
In that case, then,
At least I do.
Confirm if it's there or not.
because then the narrative needs to change for you to be able to do that within a time scale, right? Which means you just need to
Yeah.
accept that
Well,
somehow you know.
if we wait a few hours and he doesn't turn up,
Yeah.
because if we've got the Sunday, then a few hours extra before we go back
Yeah.
isn't going to change.
You've
that.
got a bit of spill, yeah.
So we could say then narratively, and we're not going to roleplay this real time. We're sorry, audience. We sat around a farmhouse for a few hours waiting on a blue man who isn't going to turn up.
Not long enough for a long rest.
Unfortunately, no.
Why, what are you missing that you would need a long rest for, Fleabite?
I'm just trying to get rid of exhaustion.
I see.
But it's all right. We'll deal. We've got this far with exhaustion, right?
Questionable.
But this would be a short rest, right?
Yeah, sure.
I'll just use
People
a
already
dice.
Do you
as
need health,
well
yeah?
as- I need a little bit,
Okay.
especially if we're going to go in a cave. Woo! Song of Rest.
Oh yeah. Also, I'll get my wild shape back, won't I?
I don't know.
Nice.
Probably.
Let me just check.
Get that on a short rest.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
I knew it was going to happen as soon as you said it. Right, so if any friendly creature can hear your performance regain hit
Yeah,
points at the end of the
sure.
short rest by spending hit dice, they get to do an extra 1d6 call. How many are you missing?
Just 4.
Okay.
Like, I don't need it, but you know. Like,
You might as well. No, that makes
Yeah.
right?
I agree.
To be
I
fair,
have it.
when you can use a short rest, you may as well, right? So do you want to roll your hit dice then? Yay!
Woo!
Do you want to roll your extra hit, like your
I don't
d6
even
or
need
whatever it is?
it.
I bet you get it though.
But you know what? I do. Woo!
Look at that! Double what you needed. Keep them in your pocket for later.
Temporary hit points? Is that what I hear?
Oh, if only. If only. You take actual spells for that, buddy.
Yeah.
The joys of false life. Which I've been in a campaign where somebody used their flask, their hip flask, as their focus for that, and they used to
Look
just
at that.
decide it was like Dutch courage for their false life, which I thought was quite cool. That was Demetrius, by the way, Colin, who did that.
That was Dimitri.
Mhm,
Oh,
mhm.
cool.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Okay, so you head back to town.
Are any of us particularly apt at using animal handling?
I mean, What's my?
Not really.
I've got some bonuses in it. I'm not. It's gonna go poorly because I've got disadvantage, but I can just buy my way out of that. Right? Right?
I mean, this is. I mean, I don't know. It's all depends on your point value. So maybe is my answer.
I was thinking, because what if one of us went back and
And brought everything. Is that what you were working on?
yeah,
Yeah, I can do it. I can go back.
Well, Adair only had a +1 channel handling, by the way, overall, so I don't
Yeah,
think it
plus-
was going to be.
Hey,
What are you? What is Cass rather?
what do you mean?
Plus
What
one.
is my bonus? Yeah, +1.
That's what I just said.
Plus one. It would probably make more sense for me to go back and just buy my way out of. Because I could probably turn into something to get back quicker. Well, and that would only be one of my uses.
Like, what?
Could be an elk for an hour. That'd cut down my travel
Just
time.
an elk pulling some horses?
Well, no, to get back
Ah.
in the first place.
Oh, to the city. That makes so much more sense
Not
than
gonna-
what I was
I'm not gonna
thinking.
pull the horses with it. Ryan, what?
Hey, it's just like, all
I
right.
was pretty confused myself, actually.
Like, so I like the idea though. You this strange dwarf man talking to this random horse vendor, being like, "So stick with me here, mate. But 3 horses, tie them to my antlers. What shifts?"
I think considering the speed he'd have to make, it'd be more like 3 horses, please. Oof, elk. So I think I could elk it up to get back quicker because that doubles my movement speed, right? And also makes me an elk. Who are less bothered by things like ditches, small branches in the road, and therefore, half the time it takes me to get back to town, or at least double the rate at which I travel for an hour. If it's a few hours,
Not to derail
not
this
too
further, but the phrase "not that they care about small branches in the road" just made me think they were really focused about where they go.
well, they are very focused. I don't know if you've ever seen them running very animals.
Nothing to do with the actual
famous-
branches on the road, just the road forking off. Where my mind went. I was like, why is this the way I think?
Well, they get tunnel vision.
Obviously.
It's a known problem. So yeah,
Rampant
can I
tunnels.
check off one of my newly regained wild shapes to run like an elk back to town?
I mean, I could also get us the carriage for free if we don't ask too many questions.
What's your plan for that?
I said, don't ask too many questions.
Yeah. You said that to them.
I become Lord Tonin and say, put it on my tab.
That's probably a bad idea.
that's not good.
Cowards.
No, because it's how we're going to go back to with this.
You think he's gonna notice?
Yeah.
Like what?
Which one?
Yeah, one of them's got his tongue down his sister's throat.
Oh my lord.
His maybe sister, okay?
Yeah, baby sister.
Maybe they're changelings, and maybe you're among your own kind here. You ever consider that?
Everybody in Evershade is in fact just changelings.
Or a vampire, vampire changeling. Can that
Vampire.
happen? Probably.
I think so. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
If anyone comes up with a less crazy idea, I am open to it. But otherwise, I'm gonna do the.
Well, let's put it this way. We know what Dylan's idea is. Fleabite.
Well, I think this was partially my idea.
Okay. Do you have a better one? Or is this the idea?
This one works better than quite what I was planning.
What were you planning?
Maybe use a resource that I maybe wanted to keep somewhat on the down low.
What, your summon horse move?
The secret one.
So, okay.
But being able to just turn into an elk does the exact same, so that's all.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Yeah,
he can do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah. You're gonna head back to town then.
I'll mark myself down 1 to enhance my speed.
Yeah.
I've rhymed.
And then it's up to you if you want to go grab
Sense of
the money.
saving.
was gonna say you can go grab the money from the chest if you
Yeah,
wanted.
that'll probably take back up the time that I've saved, but it's probably worth doing.
Yeah.
Because I left like 100 gold, I want to say.
Sure.
I haven't docked it off. I don't. Oh no, I have docked it off. I think. Yeah.
I think it was 100. You said, yeah, in the chest. That feels right anyway.
So, and about how much did we say it would cost for horse and carriage?
So carriage is a very different question to cart.
Cart.
Carp.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look again. Stuff that you'd think would be on a GM screen more than all the actual combat stats. Right? I definitely need to make my own GM screen about how I run games. What do you need? Just always the food, drink, and lodgings table, please. Always. And then whatever the other one is that I need right now. Where are you? Okay, so a cart was 15 gold, and I think we agreed you wanted 2 horses, didn't we?
I think that makes sense.
We did
Uh,
last time.
So that is for a draft horse, or a riding horse, but I think it maybe a draft horse. It was 50 gold each.
So 115.
Yes, exactly.
How much gold we'd save?
It's Vanguard doesn't really give much of a shit about gold. Gold is for beer achieving things. And this helps achieve something, so he's happy. I will dock myself that gold.
I mean, keep in mind, Lord Tonan's paying for all this anyway.
Yeah, it's not really my. No, it's so that is accomplished, and I will set back out. Do you want some animal handling rolls?
Yeah, I do, because
Right.
it's interesting.
Well, you know what I'm going to do first, right?
Of course.
Uh-huh.
But you've already got inspiration, do you not?
Oh shit! So I do
Yeah.
because I spent that and didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, well remembered. It's almost like you write this shit down.
It's almost like I just have a crazy memory for my games I run. Yeah.
Hey, must be the money.
Yatta! Untick your dragon.
I have unticked. my
Excellent.
dragon.
And yeah, that's gone as well as MD could possibly have expected. As a former elk.
Nice. Do you want more rolls or is one?
No, that's good enough. Why even bother now? Right? It's the game. Right? Well done, guys. He's win.
We win.
He's got the horses. Did
Okay,
Right.
I return with horses.
Did anything happen in the time it took him to get back? Away and back between Cass and Fleabag?
How long was that?
That doesn't matter. Long enough.
For a long rest?
Not a long rest, no. You need to settle in for a long rest and then have 8 hours of time pass.
I can't think of anything.
We were sort of in the woods, in a hut in the woods.
You're in like an abandoned farmhouse. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially a farmstead, technically, right? It'd be like an abandoned farm.
I mean, if you want to sleep on the journey, it will take us a little while to get there.
I guess maybe just more of a narrative than a mechanical sense, but just looking around the place for any mushrooms and molds and things to replenish my poisoner's kit.
Oh, your old nature then.
What's the worst that can happen?
Eats mushroom.
If I'm not doing anything, I could always help you. Unless you don't want the help.
You're currently patching yourself up for your short rest, right? So, or like
I thought
catching your
the
breath.
short
and
rest
stuff.
was while we were waiting for Adair.
Maybe it was. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe you're undoing the bandages now. I don't know how it works.
Okay.
Dylan.
That's fine.
But no, you're right. It was when you were waiting initially, not when you were waiting with bandages.
I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I think you discovered there's probably just not much here except kind of weeds, right? Which is probably why they shut down the farm.
Due to some fungal growth that mysteriously made everyone pass out.
No, you still have your potion of knocking people out that you didn't use in the heist.
Yeah.
You could have smashed that against the window of the Tonans.
Or just take it now. I'll get my rest in one way or the other.
Oh dear. True.
Nah, just be passively playing on my viol or
Okay.
violin. That's right,
Yeah. Mhm. The violin. Yes.
the violin.
I like
What's
the
difference between
concept of
viola
not
and a
hiding.
violin?
I like the concept of that where it's just we're not here like hiding out. We're just here playing some music, chilling. You know.
Mhm.
Just shouting, yeah.
Presumably, there's a fire that we're not going to roll to make.
Don't roll the fire. Please do not do this.
There's definitely enough wood that can be broken off from the place to burn at least, that's for sure. Yeah. It's gonna have like a fire and stuff if you want while he's waiting. It probably is needed given it's probably a bit chilly.
Yeah.
So it's probably worthwhile. But yeah. And then if nothing else, then yeah, I would say you get Vanger back with the cart.
And yeah, I'll give him a whistle, which I
Beep the
can't,
horn.
but Vanguard
Yeah.
can.
Meep meep.
The horse.
Yeah, so we pack up our
I
shit,
guess-
put the fire
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming they do. Who knows? Fleabite might be too lost in the weeds. Um,
puts fire into bag of holding.
I was just thinking that. Like, what happens if you do that?
it would go out.
It goes
It
out.
would run out of
Yeah.
oxygen quite quickly, I think.
It burned for a bit though, but
Yeah.
yeah. Also, there's nothing to say your bag of holding can't be burnt. Just FYI.
Mhm.
So putting fire into your bag of holding is not ideal. But yeah, I wonder how that's handled in other games. Fireball. I just hold up my bag of holding and hope it goes in.
Just catch it.
Yeah, like a
Wait,
big
wait.
net.
Like a
Insect.
villager from
Well,
fucking.
so the thing is though, the way fireball is described is it's like a bead of fire that shoots
Yeah,
out and
it's
then
like
it
a number of
expands.
different people.
So
It's stupid.
So I like the fact that it's not necessarily just you make a fireball in your hand and then lob it.
Which
is
I
cool.
kind of think it should be.
I don't know. I quite like the projectile-y vibe it does describe, but I do understand people's preference. I've never really cared about
Because he describes it as fireball, and what do people hear?
a ball of
No?
fire.
Yeah.
Okay, everything's in the cart. You set sail on the very very earthen sea towards the cave. Yep. Not to confuse
And,
Endo with just the weird way I speak.
And I request some inspiration. Spectre might be or to come.
Okay. What is the plan for the journey? Because I said you got about a day to kill.
Well, I'll take the first stint since I have some points in animal handling.
There you go. I've approved of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Animal handling, sure. Yeah. Why not then? Give us a roll. We'll see how we do in the first stint. We're
Hey,
Ben.
not bad.
Must be the druid.
It must be. I don't know if you need. I shouldn't say you when there are two people. I don't know if Dylan, Cass, not Dylan. Sorry, the characters and their players. If Cass needs any further resting, but obviously Fleabite taking the thing wise, and maybe Cass and Vanger can sort of alternate shifts so that Vanger can get a rest. Would it be possible for Vanger to have enough time for a rest though?
I mean, if you're staggering it, right? Because not
A
to
long rest that is, to be clear.
not to go into too much maths, but right, you've got
Please differ. I don't understand.
24 hours, right? That is made up of 3/8.
That's so we could literally just
Yeah.
one person long rest, then the next, then the next.
Right? Like if you really had to, but
Yeah.
so long as nothing bad happens, he says on these animal handling rolls, it's not going to be strenuous work. Just getting there. Technically, the last 8 hours would be the worst because that's going to be through like forest, heavy forest. Remember, that'll be awkward as shit. But also, you might get another cart. Because remember, that's where you left the original
The old one.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Call me Johnny Two Cats.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, I probably need the rest the least, so I'll take the last shift.
Okay. Right. So Fleabite, I guess you get your first 8 hours then, if you want to
Yeah.
try and chill. So you get to mark off a another level of exhaustion. And what's your down to 4 now? Is that right?
Well, exhaustion level 1.
Really? That
Oh,
far
yeah.
down? Man, I was obviously far too generous.
Well, the last one is still the worst one. To get
The
rid
thing is, because we've been operating at severe disadvantage for quite a while, so
yeah.
You're
Okay.
probably the two with the most points to just keep throwing at
Mm.
some of those problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that Colin would definitely have ranked up a couple purely just from having a, obviously, double the potential between games.
that's true. That's
Yeah.
true. I try not to throw it around all the time, though. Like,
It's there for a
try
reason.
not to use it ever. But exhaustion is a nightmare to
Mhm.
deal with,
Oh,
and we're
it is.
down a member, so yeah.
And to be fair, it's
um,
exhaustion or death. You know,
I mean, you know what?
Richter made a judgment call.
They're all okay.
Mhm.
I'm, for instance, I'm not going to spend it on my next animal handling roll,
Interesting.
because I feel like 20 is decent.
Mhm.
Next up is going to be a roll from someone without disadvantage, so that might go okay. So I'm going to chance it. Take the second roll. Oh no.
Oh no.
It could be a lot worse than 11. 11 is bad, but there are worse numbers than 11.
What?
Yeah, why are you rolling again though? Like,
I thought we were going to do sort of like a roll per stint. Is that what we
but
were
you
doing?
okay? You did one
Right, but like,
20.
you mean like per shift? Because I was going to do the first couple and then.
No, you did one at
But yeah,
20,
if you're-
right? So that's like 8 hours. Also, hello Scott. And good hello to you. You don't need the second one, right? We can ignore that because that would now be Fleabite's roll, right?
Yeah.
Because
Or mine, I guess.
Okay,
No,
right.
it's-
Sorry.
No, because you're taking the last shift. Remember,
Yeah.
Cass.
Yeah.
So
No, I meant like sleeping. I'll sleep last. Since
Really?
it's the most risky.
okay. So you want
Sorry if that was
probably
unclear.
Vanguard or Fleabite to take the reins last.
Yeah.
Cool. So you'll sleep last. Cool. So it's your roll next then.
Okay. Right. Sorry, I was getting.
So
ahead of
Vanguard, you
myself.
can now
Apologies.
snuggle into the rat,
That sounds hygienic.
and then
It's also very.
now you can take a sleep, Dylan, and or
Cool.
Cass, I should say. And then who's taking the last roll? Is it Fleabite or is it Vanguard?
I
Well,
mean, we have travelled together with Fleabite lead taking the reins before, and that led us to an extended duration of our journey.
And
I
pirates.
would say. Yeah.
Yo, I want pirates.
And actually Warren County.
Mhm.
Or Counterbellum.
And Eskel. And water elementals. And the bag of holding. And the robe of many things.
Oh yeah, because this guy looted everything in the world from like one pirate.
Sounds an awful lot like we should give reins to
Take the reins, Fleabite. Falls into a new
No.
campaign entirely. Yep. There
And
you go,
I
it's
will
approved.
make. Wow. Should I let you roll?
This does mean that you won't be enjoying a long rest, Dylan.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's probably absolutely awful going through all the trees, quite frankly.
This is the risk we took.
Not
Mhm.
used to traveling in a cart through trees.
It is a rough terrain, as it were, as opposed to difficult terrain, which is statistically negotiable.
Oh well, this is why we chose me.
But it was good. It was kind of tactical because you're the least debilitated by not having one, right?
Exactly.
Oh, it's a smart choice.
Yeah. I assume you've long rested yourself there, Colin, as well.
I have indeed.
Good,
Thank you.
good. Make sure your spell slots are all tip-top, etc.
Are.
Not that I thought you'd used any, really.
I used one. Can't remember what it was, but I used one. Oh, Goodberry.
Yeah, so it was. So it was. Those berries will go off now. But yeah, now we've got you guys probably pulling up to the same place because obviously if it's Vanguard taking the reins, you helped navigate the last time for the party, and you probably do see, like, a couple of days old of weather-worn cart from previous adventures, and I'm just gonna say the horses are no longer tied up and they're elsewhere, because that is a lot more animal friendly than the alternative. So clearly bats came down and unpicked them being tied to trees.
Or some bandits happened to be roving and decided 3 horses. Who knows?
A lot of the times when you do hitch horses, you tie it in a knot that they can undo.
Yeah, fair.
Especially if you're a secret horse Santa that is trying to give them away.
Yep.
Right?
Sure. Yep.
Glad we're agreed.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I don't know even why MD would question that. Okay. So, yeah, I guess these are hitching up the horses again to some trees
Yes.
with your second cart. The cart would probably need some kind of roll to make it worthy of travel, but if there wasn't anything really on it, it probably could just get dragged behind the other one. You hitch it to the back of the other one.
We'll worry about that after the fact.
But aye, it'd be quite a nice trick if you could come back with 2 carts for the guy and try and sell them back to the guy.
So yeah, we're there.
Indeed. And God, what time even is it? It'll be late on the Saturday now, right? It's Friday? No, late on Friday night. That's where it'll be. Let me mark that down. So we're now going to be. I think it's probably. I think it might be 1 AM on Saturday, if my timing's right here. Something like that. Let's just say that's what the new time is now. At Cave Mouth. There we go. So I can track whence we are. Yep. What's that?
In theory, this cave should be empty, right?
Sure.
All sorts of theory.
Yeah. So, cave should be empty based on what you've learned from various sources. You could, in fact, say according to all sources.
Okay.
I think approaching it, I sort of look at Fleabite, hands in the hips, and say, "Well, here we are again."
I think Fleabite makes to check, make sure all the daggers and various weapons are easily accessible.
Yeah, I'll draw my staff and my hammer.
I'm going to assume that includes things like your ritual casting of mage armor and all the nonsense, Fleabite. Yeah. So you've
Yes.
had your cheeky nap. Yeah. Good.
Now, Cass, the last time we were in here, this is where we encountered the second time we encountered the large bats. So, fair warning.
Cass will just pull out her rapier and well, it should be interesting.
Aye, yeah, it should be interesting. Dark too, by the way. You might need a torch or what have you.
Right.
Yes. If see any bat teeth or claws, they be flea bites, yes.
Sure thing. Do I have a torch? Is that a thing that comes in my backpack?
Yeah.
I don't.
It should be a thing in your backpack, yes.
I definitely have some if you don't.
So,
What kind of backpack do you have?
What did I have? The pack was I think it was a entertainers? Wait. It's been a while. Entertainers pack.
Okay, so if you type in pack into the compendium, right? And then let it search. It should give you a list of all the packs. Then you click the little down arrow and you highlight Entertainer's Pack. it'll tell you that you get a backpack, a bedroll, 2 costumes, by the way, 5 candles, 5 rations, water skin,
Yeah.
and a disguise kit. You probably need to eat, by the way, at some point, so
Yeah.
I guess you can all do your ration nonsense, mark off those. That's probably something you should do. So you don't have any torches, but you have a candle.
I've got torches. Here, I'll mark myself off 3 torches, and I'll hand you a bundle of them.
Oh, well, thank you.
There you go.
I wouldn't be needing them as badly as yourself, so we'll take the lead, I suppose, since we've been in there before anyway, and see better in the dark and all that.
Of course. Hold out my hand for you to walk first.
Yeah, I will wander on in.
Mm-hmm.
Don't expect Fleabite to go in first. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, why would your scout do that? Yeah. Now I do
Is there a
have.
tree you can hide up? No.
I've got. Where are they here? There should be a torch template in the stuff you can see. I don't know where it lives, in what folder. You just have less to look at when you look at the journal
Oh my
tab.
god.
So
Torch
It's-
4020.
Yeah.
Lighting.
cool. Okay, cool.
I have
There's a
it
link.
open.
Perfect.
Shouldn't have it open.
So I'll dump.
Closed it.
Are you lighting this torch, Cass?
Yes.
Probably with. Do you have any
And I gave
magic
you
to light,
three,
or are
but,
you going to use a flint and
No,
tinder? for-
prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
Okay.
Oh my god, I can't see either.
It's easier if you say presto,
Prestidigitation.
but prestidigitation.
Presto.
Yeah. Yeah, presto is easier. Okay, so if this is indeed what is
Does sound a bit like a
happening,
slur.
oh, presto,
Yeah.
May as well just post it, right?
we're Bamzo.
Oh wow. So the wolves have been here. Except my character doesn't know about the wolves. So
No, but you can
uh,
see wolves, I think, and that's good
well
enough.
now, this is
Oh, I can't see nothing.
this is different.
You should be able to see because of the torch. That's interesting.
All I see is my icon.
Mm. Interesting. I'll need to fix that. Also, this map is blurry for some reason, but that's probably because Roll20's been a bit jank today.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
blurry for about 10 seconds and then fixed itself for me.
Same
Mine's,
for me.
mine's has not on both, but that's fine. I'll just need to deal.
Yeah, GM doesn't need to see them.
Nah, don't be daft. Why would I need it?
When we were last here, there wasn't dead bats in this chamber.
Mm.
Don't believe there were, no.
Okay, as for Dylan, though, why is it
What the hell's happened here?
2 seconds to just move Dylan out of the way? That's the wrong variant I want. I wanted the torch.
Levi, how much had you mentioned about your furry friends?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Oh, it's because they changed all the dynamic lighting. That's why. That's why. So bright light distance was I think 20, and then the low light was 20, so it was totally 40-20. See now, buddy?
Whew, I can see.
Cool.
Sorry, did you just 40-20 blaze it?
Sure. Let's go that far and no further.
I would never go anywhere.
Yeah.
Especially in a pandemic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
A global pandemic as well.
It's
Okay, so that's there. Edit this. Delete. And then
I mean, I was planning to
approve,
go to Germany, but
save. Well, we're all planning to go to Germany, okay? Can you
I
move
mean,
that
there
token
will
now? Dylan? Try. Just the torch.
I cannot move the torch.
Cool. Can you
Wait,
drag a
wait,
new torch
wait.
in though?
Oh, wait, I can? Why
Okay,
did
so
it?
you can move the torch. Cool, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
Okay,
I don't
good.
know why it didn't let me. Alright, whatever. Yeah.
With your token composite pile that you've got now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Am I now 3? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me just zoom all the way out on this map and then zoom back in slowly. And yeah, the map's fixed itself. Perfect. occasionally keep an eye on the stream, so I always keep an eye on the map because you know how I often forget to move that because I don't have a gaming butler. There we go. See if I can manage it.
The corpse.
Do you want to roll initiative for me so I can do this in some kind of order though? And then I'll delete the initiative tracker first.
Okay, I will go back to where it was.
So let's get rid of that. Funnily enough, the initiative tracker was from this cave.
It wasn't it?
Gonna be the first time Dylan does.
Dylan character.
Aye, we know how it goes. The DCC.
Mhm.
Also, that's the roll you got last time, Vanger. Funnily enough.
You know, sometimes numbers just follow you around like that.
Consistency.
Yeah. Oh dear, how we remember you and your consistency.
Consistently bad. Oh,
Ho ho!
it wasn't consistently bad. Sometimes it was good.
Right, so yeah, same rules of exploration, etc. Do what you can on your turn, and then we'll rotate through it. So, Vanger, luckily enough, you are up first.
Hey, and thankfully I have my actual speed back, but not that it matters because I'm moving square. I still have disadvantage though. But I think I'm just gonna, because I figure between the lot of us we could probably figure something out for some of the corpses. I'm just gonna wing it with what I've got. So would that be nature for investigating the body? The wolf?
Well, what are you looking for? Because you've just
see
used two
what-
different skills to describe an action.
Well, I moved and then I was.
Oh, you said
so-
nature to investigate is what you said to me. So,
Well, I suppose to investigate.
what
or for
answers are you looking
content.
for?
Two separate things, I suppose. Firstly, are these strange? You know, are these wolves strange? Well, clearly they are because some of them are fucking huge. So maybe that's not the most important thing, and also just to confirm what killed them, which looks like it was bats.
I think
But
what
maybe-
killed them's a medicine roll.
Medicine,
Yeah.
Medicini.
Hmm?
Well, happily,
Medicini.
someone's not awful at Medicini, or is awful at Medicini. Vanger's quite good at it, but Colin's like double failed bad at it. Apparently, I've no idea.
Fucking mangle the corpse.
He's sort of poking at it with his staff. Well, it's a mess. I can tell you that much.
It might even just be the shape of the cave, right? If you step down into the cave, maybe he was looking at the giant corpses more than the small one in front of him, and then he just steps in it a bit and looks down at it, and then was like, oh, gets a better look at it, and yeah, you can just tell the thing's been mauled. That's it.
Nasty stuff. Whoever did that was probably one of the bats. Hey, you can figure that much out from the giant bats that are dead all around, right? I hope.
You guys didn't mention anything about wolves.
Oh, that's because there weren't any last time.
Mm.
Now, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
To ask.
Sudden torch. Well, that would depend on what you're thinking.
Yeah, I was kind of looking around with you after saying that because the two houses gestures further into the cave towards the bat. Up Terra gestures to the mess at his feet. Calastris. Indeed.
Does this change anything about the mission?
Probably not, but you know, keep your eyes open. Just in
Of
case
course.
any aren't there.
It's such a great phrase to say to the guy that can't see in the dark.
I mean, torch. I gave him the torch. I'm a good guy.
Oh no, it's just still funny.
My voice might be all over the place, but I am a good guy. So yeah, I think that's probably. Can I use more of my movement after doing the check?
Yeah, of course you can. Your movement's yours to use as you wish on your turn.
I forget how certain systems do. So I've got another. I can go to there. So I will. Look. Yeah, and I see more dead bats. Oh, that's a different looking roll. But yeah, that would be my turn. Right. Done.
Mm-hmm. Fleabite. He's on the move.
I think Fleabite's going to move up to here.
Yeah.
That is a different type of thing.
Yeah, there are 3 different wolf models in this. Wolf models, wolf icons. One of them definitely looks more werewolfy, but I don't think I'm close enough to figure that out.
So I think, first of all, looking at the wolf, would Fleabite recognize wolf?
Say that again without the electronic interference for me.
That's interesting. So the house phone is getting called. I wonder if that was part of it. Is this wolf one of the wolves from the pack?
I would love it if whoever's on that call heard you though. That'd be so good. They go, wolves? I don't know any wolves. I don't know, that's a tricky one, right? I don't know how well you'd remember them. Do you want to do a history check? It's not going to be particularly difficult, but you're obviously up against a first level of exhaustion, so.
Per on history.
It's hard to say.
Your friends.
A lot happened in that scene.
It's not jumping out as obviously.
Yeah, but there were like 15 of those things.
Yeah.
So, the one that wasn't Hugh Jackman and the one that wasn't the dire wolf, it's hard to say, right? The ones that are just called additional wolves in credits.
But the additional wolves would fit these medium ones general.
Wolves are not normally this size. These are very, very big wolves. Too big, you could say. So they do kind of seem on par with the wolves you have seen. Yeah.
Big enough to be the direwolf.
No.
Then with the
Direwolf is bigger.
Yeah. Then let's move to here. Check to see if that unveils anything. And then get ready to do something on my next turn.
Okay. And then Delan.
Ooh.
I know.
Yeah, slowly more of the cave is unveiled for me.
Sorry, I did interrupt you there. A mouthful.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about my turn.
I mean, if you're not taking an action, you can move again.
Oh, I suppose I could.
Hmm.
But this is a lot.
Is that what Cass says with a torch?
Yeah. We can walk over these bodies, yeah.
Difficult terrain. So it'll just be double movement.
Turn.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case,
But you
I'm just
can.
gonna go around. And that'll be my turn.
Back to Finger.
Right, yeah, I will but that would take me 20 to get up to.
Yeah.
That seems to be the sort of size of the largest one we encountered before.
Mhm.
Yeah, I kind of. This sounds stupid, but I want to check that it's definitely not the same bat. At
Okay.
least as best as I can be sure. Is that history or is that maybe nature?
Honestly, I don't even know what that would be
Insight?
at this stage. I guess investigate
Investigate,
or
but,
perception, actually. I'll give you either.
I will take perception then.
It's probably more investigate, but aye. No, you can't tell if it's the same or not. Like, hard to see. There
Because
isn't.
he's still convinced there's something very supernatural going on here.
There's no
now, so-
W's carved in its chest from Walter's, flourish. How do we know Walter wasn't Worrell?
He was. I mean, we don't know what he was doing.
Mhm.
All I'm saying. All I'm saying.
Maybe he's the bat.
Oh dear. It's good.
So, yeah, I think that'll be my turn.
But I think as far as you're convinced, it's probably a different one. Based
Yeah,
on
if I
the
don't
role.
see any reason to assume it's the same one, he would just be like, that's about the same size as that one, I'll go have a look.
Fleabite? Fleabite?
Well, while I'm here and there's a big bat on the floor.
I was waiting to see how long it would take you to roll for that. Yep.
I was wondering.
I wanted to see about the wolf first.
Yeah, you lasted a turn longer than I thought.
I would like to attempt to relieve it of some claws and teeth.
That's it. Do-do-do-do.
Wing membrane, I think, was one I took as well.
Okay, So, can I roll survival? We'll see how well you hack it up.
Okay.
That's alright, yeah, it's not the
Not
worst.
worst.
Mhm. It's reasonable, yeah. You can get some bat bits.
Oh man, the map just cleared up for me, and I see so much more than I did before.
Did it actually?
Yeah, like it was all blurry, so I couldn't even see like the walls.
Normally, I thought when you said cleared up, I thought you meant the black had disappeared. So,
Oh no.
yeah,
No,
I was just wondering what broke
unblurry.
on roll 20. Yeah, the unusual tip, see if it goes blurry, give it like a minute on the page, so you can definitely tell it's like finished loading or however long you feel your connection needs to load, and then zoom all the way out and give it about this roughly the same time, and zoom back
Yeah.
in, and it usually fixes it.
That's what I fixed about it.
Yeah.
I just didn't even notice at first. Like I couldn't see anything.
This map's notorious for because I've used this map in my Friday game before, and it did the exact same thing in the Friday game. And it's clearly just this image,
Mhm.
or what I do to it, because there's obviously a significant amount of edges to the dynamic lighting, and that creates more work for the program. And then the more people that are involved, the more work it needs to create to render it per each instance of the game. Blah blah blah. So yeah, dynamic lighting is costly, resource-wise. Regardless, Fleabite. Any more movements?
Long jump to clear the not bad.
Why are you like this?
Because
Fleabite?
I haven't actually had the quick reference page open for a while, and
Fair.
we should get that back.
Okay. So you want to do a long jump. Okay. So you need to run up. Just need to move at least 10 feet. I think you can manage that. And then you need to make a DC 10 athletics, is it? May involve a DC 12 to land on your feet. Nah, I don't think they will. As long as you can clear the thing, you won't need to worry about it. So, give me your athletics check to leap.
That's yeah.
Is this when you were hoping it was going to be acrobatics because you didn't read the whole thing?
No, I just remember. I remember it was strength, not dex.
Mhm.
But I was just trying to remember. Is it like high jump? That's you can do like the number of your.
It doesn't matter. You made it. So Fleabite just runs and jumps in front of you. It's probably kind of terrifying, to be fair.
It's kind of cool. Imagining just a rat run through and just sprint jump over him.
If he'd kept some of the wing membranes in his hands when he did it, it'd be funnier. Okay. Anything else there?
I've almost forgotten how action economy works.
Well, you've already carved that thing up, and you've done
Yeah,
your
so
movement,
it's-
so that's you, right?
Action.
Unless you bonus action at this point.
So I guess I could have bonus actioned, just dashed and not had to jump. Should have. Yeah, no, I completely just forgot how that.
But jumping's cool, right? As you say, using mechanics we don't normally use. It's also nice to prove that you can pull off things like 16s and 19s for athletics as well, though.
Yeah.
Buff rat.
You know what? Maybe I'll even try and blend in a bit to the wall. Maybe I'll try and do a hide. Because I can.
I feel like where you're positioned is a hide into the dead bodies of the wolf you're next to, more than the wall you're still significantly far away from.
Flat on the ground. Yeah, never mind. That's fine.
Dylan? What's Cass up to?
I'll just be moving plus my bonus action to get through all the.
It's not, it's
Cool
plus your
terrain.
action. It's just bonus for him.
Right, plus my action. Right,
Yeah.
dash.
Yeah.
I think I'm like a rogue.
Yeah.
Probably would comment on the size of this bat.
You're
Sheer
stepping
size
over
of
it.
this.
Wings like the
That's my
sails of
turn.
a small boat. What is it you say to the others then about it? Because keep in mind, these are in freeform roleplay. I just want some order to the exploration. That's why I put the initiative up.
Just... this is a big one.
I understand why you were tentative about saying that now.
Thank you for understanding.
Oh, if there's anything I understand.
Big one. Big as any we can count up. What?
Fucking huge.
I think Fleabite would give a little bit of forewarning of saying,
Take caution, Carius. The cave may not be filled entirely of just enemies.
It's going to take me to this stuff. Or round. Oh, maybe.
It's double movement, remember? If it touches any square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Can-
it would take
cast reduce.
I think it might loop round either way. I think it might, but I'm not certain. Cass still doing any action? Sorry, I thought.
My action was dash.
Oh, cool.
Right, Cass is done. I'll move the turn order. Yep, sorry, that was me. Wenger. Yep. So if you use your dash, you'll get 50 movement, right, instead of 25.
that would
But
make
it would
me-
cost double for everything over that. So if you literally measure to the end, that would cost you 30.
Yes, 30, and then I have like another double that. So let me. That's 30.
So if you go back to where you were, and just count it out. So just move one square at a time, and then just count them in tens, obviously.
15 is 30. And then, so 35 to here.
Sure. Yeah. It's
Got
very
another 50.
debatable whether that's technically moving through difficult terrain or not, but I generally feel like you've paid the cost of the 3 squares anyway, so.
So I will.
Uh,
I want to go that way because we went that way previously. So I will use.
you got 20 left, right? So. Oh, 15.
And that's what I can do, and that is my turn.
Okay, let me shimmy the map up a little bit. There we go.
Somewhere around the press. What have I done? Oh, that's fine.
And Fleabite.
Is this werewolfy looking fella next to me? What is the offhand description of it?
Do you mean what's the condition of it, and can you salvage bits of it?
I mean, how does it look different to? Because obviously the sort of the model is different, but how does it look different to the actual wolves around it?
When you say wolves around it, can I point to one you want a comparison of?
I guess in size it's like these two, because they're
Literally size.
Yeah.
It's twice the size.
right. So this one is a lot bigger.
So, let's use the arrows. This thing is twice the size of those that shared the exact same image. And obviously likewise with that. Make sense? And also that one.
So
There we go.
This one.
Obviously different colouring on that one. Let me bring the image up for you. And it looks a lot more mannish.
Yeah,
Mm.
it definitely does.
A
So you
lot
can
more.
see the show.
Yeah.
Joking.
A lot more mannish, that one.
Is it actually wearing a top?
I mean, no, because you don't have this wonderful woman with an axe with each of these other wolves. It's not like the Poison Ivy and Bane action figure combo.
3 more axes to inventory.
And bodies? Oh dear. But yeah. No, it just looks like it was maybe... If you were to assume they could shift, maybe it was caught mid-shifting. There you go. Anything else?
I guess then would perhaps make a further, more detailed inspection to see if there's any features that Fleabite might recognize from his time spent among similar creatures.
I mean, I feel like it's safe to say these are probably the same wolves you've spent time with.
Yes,
I feel-
I'm asking, is there any way that Fleabite would be able to roll to find out if it's huge Jackman?
You mean Jack Human? For legal reasons.
Huge jacked man, he said. He didn't say it was any particular actor, just that it was a huge jacked man.
I mean, you definitely seen Jack Human shift when he went to go warn the wolves. So, no, it doesn't look like him. But you are working with... Do you have light from where you are? I can't tell. So, Dylan, does the light encompass this?
Not as
and-
far as your stream shows. I can see this.
No, the stream doesn't work on the same rules as you do.
Yeah.
It's the light that matters because Fleabite is either looking at this thing in
Oh,
black and
yes,
white.
Yes, that is a bright light.
Okay, cool. In that case, then yeah, you'd be able to tell easily that it's not Hugh Jackman.
It goes about to there.
Yeah, it's 20 and 20, so that should have made sense to me. But yeah, it's just because their dark vision's monotone
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
or
sort of
grayscale.
natural rather than-
Yeah.
Then maybe taking a few bits and bobs off
Like what?
of this one, of the bat, not the wolf, the bat.
Okay. The big bat.
Yeah, the big bat.
Okay, general survival, and we'll see how many big bat bits you get.
Rabbits.
Hmm.
That was the toll of the dead rowings.
I definitely feel like we're doing some e-currency now. Okay, we got our bat bits, now we've got big bat bits.
Bing
Okay.
bang bong.
Mm-hmm.
Then I guess move. And we
That's a wall.
right. Then I guess I'll just so that would be 25.
Yeah.
Well, I'll go to there to start with.
Okay, dokes.
Yeah.
You pretty much step off the thing to the right is about it, if you've got 30 movement. That would be about it. If you
But-
wanted to complete your movement. You don't need to. But
Yeah. And I could still dash. with
no.
my bonus.
Oh, with your bonus, yes. Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, with your bonus, yes.
Yes, because I can now do that with because I took that extra level in.
It is nice, to be honest. It is maybe worth that dip. for convenience.
And I think probably just say to the rest, or really to Vanger since he'd been here before. We go straight to where Box was, yes, or go around, check, see what else transpire in KVS.
Well, let's we'll reach for the box first and find out on our way as much as we can. Check the rest later if need be.
My favourite is that's just you rephrasing what Fleabite said, and I love it.
Oh no, just a disagree.
Confirmation.
Then, yes, move. Like move to here to start.
Where, sorry? I didn't see it. You can just move there. If you know you can move there. Legally, you can move there. Okay. Okay. And Cass. So your teammates are kind of splitting up, it seems.
What? I thought we were all heading this way.
No. I think Vanger said he was wanting dead that way.
So I guess straight to the box doesn't mean much to Cass.
Oh no, I was agreeing with.
Okay. So you're
So
going that way.
I was looking that way, but I decided that yeah. First-
Okay, I must have missed that part. That's fine. Cool. As long as I'm on the same page.
Okay. So this is 25, 30. Actually, let's make this 30. And I don't see anything, so I will dash on up. It's all clear up here so far. That'll be my turn.
Yeah.
In your vision, that's not a huge comfort.
How dare you?
Shady Fleabite, yeah. Right, Vanger, you're up.
There could be bodies up ahead.
There could be trouble ahead.
Based off my very limited vision.
So that would be 20 to get there, I think.
Yep. Would that be? Let me just double check. I feel like that was 25, because it's 10 to go over, and then 5 to go
Okay.
off, so yeah, 25. Yep.
Okay, then I can go up immediately behind where Cass is.
I like the concept of you walking out of like the black and white vision, 'cause it must be quite trippy with dark vision. Like looking around and just seeing the orb of colour.
In reality, like there'd be an adjustment period when you stepped into it, and you would just you'd always see the coloured area. And, yeah, because it's like two different types of vision, right? Cones versus what are they called? Rods.
Rods.
It's interesting, yeah, definitely.
So I would be able to go another 25 if I used my.
No,
I think I will.
you've moved
No,
twice.
you already used it.
Oh, did I move twice in this turn?
You did, because it took you 25 to go over the bat.
Yeah, so it did. Sorry.
Yep, and then you've moved up behind
That's
Cass. It's okay.
Sorry.
Fleabite.
I do apologise.
Okay.
I presume that I can take the dash as either an action or a bonus action.
If your character allows you to do that, yeah.
And not on both of them.
Not as both, no. Oh, actually, that was a GM ruling. If I remember looking that
I'll
up
be
at
honest,
one
I
point.
don't know if it is as clear cut as that, to be honest. I think it's. I don't think there's anything that stops you being able to do it, because you've got the action economy to do it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember Googling it, and it was basically like, well, it's kind of vague, so it's up to your GM.
No, because like, look at it this way. If you look at action surge that gives you another action, you can do all your other action stuff on it, so you could dash again. Nobody would ever
Mhm.
argue that, assuming action surge let you do that, right?
Mhm.
If you just said, have another action and do what you want with it. So, I don't see why you couldn't dash multiple times. Like, this is how you get crazy Tapaxi monks that have dabbled in rogue for a tiny bit.
That can sprint for miles.
Forever, yeah. Because they can do the double all movement on one turn, as long as they don't move next turn bullshit. Yeah, they're great.
I think I'm just still got Legion rules where you can only do that thing once in a turn. Oh, good. The wine is still there. Might get more.
I don't think it is, because didn't you use puncture it?
I think just like the top one.
Sure.
We took a flask.
Things we remember.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I thought this was water. Because I can't see that far.
I know. This is where you shouldn't be spoiling yourself on the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, then yes.
Should set the stream to just see it from Cass's point of view at all times.
Make it a
They do that in Court of
character
Swords.
adventure.
They do that in Court of Swords, where it's a JP's character. You always view it from his perspective, which sucks because he used to always play characters that never had dark vision, and everyone was like, "Please, somebody just make him play a character with dark vision." Okay, moving up there, right?
How much further do I want to go? I think I'll just move.
I don't think you can move on to that.
Onto the wall.
I'm bugging out here.
Yeah, what is happening?
Twiggin?
Like IRL or?
Slap
Yeah,
Fleabag.
there you go.
Get a hold of yourself, man.
Just starts
I
running
picked
in
up-
circles like a cat.
When I picked up the token, it was moving the camera. So whenever I tried to move it, it just moved the entire screen.
Interesting.
The trick's just to Alt F4 the computer at that point, out the window.
Just throw the whole thing out.
Yeah.
Can I move here and then try and just lay close to the wall to sort of hide?
Sure.
Obviously hiding from anything that would be up this way.
Sure. Gonna give me a hide roll. That's pretty good. Let's leave it
Rolls
at
nine,
plus
no?
9. Disgusting. Okay. Cass?
Ooh. Okay, now I can see all this stuff. Any goodies down here?
Not much use. Just pink red wine juice.
Doesn't like some pink wine.
Ooh, it's me. I don't even know what I mean by that.
I don't think you're hiding anymore, Fleabag, just FYI.
Fair. Yeah.
Because you've got your buddy standing next to you with a torch and you've just spoke to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair.
And dash. Let's just end it here.
I guess like as he's
Another
going
bigger
past,
one.
yeah, and Fleabag would be able to see it and say,
Yes, this one was which we failed in our expedition.
Fleabag has suddenly developed a stutter.
It's just a complicated word.
Jeez.
suddenly.
Is it me moving a clock yet?
Yes.
No, I need to use alteral perception.
Oh no.
Mostly because I don't want to get into it if passive perceptions have
Boom!
flaws. Nice.
Call me Johnny Two Crits. Hey!
Did pretty well tonight, haven't you?
It's been a mixed bag, but it's been pretty good in the whole.
Yeah, you got double crit success and double crit fail
Yeah.
in 2 roll. Yeah, with 1 roll in between.
Oh no, this means
God giveth. God taketh away.
this is perfectly balanced as all things should be. No, it's just the curse of Adair's lingering around you now, circling, wondering if you're next.
Shall I latch upon?
Okay, so there is somehow the only person that notices this is the furthest away. But yeah, there is heavy breathing, Vanger, clearly, was it? I've got the eyes of a hawk and the nose of a fox, or whatever the line is from Gimli.
Ears.
Yeah. So yeah, there's some heavy breathing. Coming from the place you know.
Yeah, up this way, I assume.
Yeah.
North.
Yeah. The others are
Right,
obviously
yeah.
too engrossed in their chat about wine to hear it.
Hey. You, don't hear that? The-
What? Here?
Yeah, as he moves up to Fleabite. Someone up ahead. And I don't think I have enough movement to dash beyond that, but I might as well use my dash to get here at least. Or here, or here. Fuck it, here. And I'll, whisper the same thing to Cass.
I don't know if you can go there.
No, that's a wall. That's all wall. How dare you?
It is a wall. Yeah.
Right.
Do you have enough to step on that wolf?
I want to step in the wolf.
It's a 5-foot square.
Okay, I can step in the wolf. Yeah, so I whisper that to Cass. Oh God, I see something. Yeah, I whisper that to Cass as well. I can hear breathing. I hear someone up ahead, and that's my turn.
Well, they probably see the fuck out of us.
Probably, yeah.
We're so far behind in the turn order, but yeah, Fleabite, we're back up to you.
Sleep back.
He's moving.
Oh.
Mhm.
I had my character sheet open.
Like a damned fool.
Like a damn
Urged
fool.
to do more looting.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like, while I'm here and I've got plenty action economy, movement, so I might just set about this fine specimen for a moment.
Mm. Fleabite slides his glasses up his nose. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the second
These
lot
are
of big
rolls.
bats. Big bat bits. That's when I am vengeance, I am the night gets formed in a couple of sessions time.
And then moving across this will take like basically 30 movement or more.
You've used how much so far?
15.
So how much you got left?
15.
Okay, so if you dash,
Before I have to-
you get an extra 30.
Yeah.
So just go from there, because you add it up. There's your kind of dash. You're now on 45. And it'll take you, what, 40 to get to there probably. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'll just go to there.
okay.
It's gonna take them a while to get over it as well, I guess.
Hey. So, at this point, Fleabite and everybody else hears a very, very deep, growling voice that says, "It's you." And then I scroll up on the stream for what Fleabite can see.
I shouldn't look. I want to look.
Feel free to look if you want on the stream just now.
Yeah.
Fleabite sees this ahead, which is depending on how delayed the stream is, what he spots. Just a cheeky zoom for everybody, which is now significantly bigger one. A bit more recognizable as well, Fleabite, you might guess. And basically looks like he's like soaked in his own blood, essentially. And that's where we go to break. Back soon. Alright, all welcome back to the invasion without the credit screen because I'm lazy. Session 42. I'm Ryan, the GM, 17th of March 2021. Here are the players.
My name's Dylan. I am still playing the Changeling Cass, who is
Under
also a bard.
protest.
Really the Dylan conglomerate DCC.
The DCC. Yeah. Yeah.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven, who's rolled pretty well given the deficiencies, and now that it's going to be mattering a lot more, probably not going to be rolling so well, if fate has anything in mind.
Hey, you've got like you is fairly competent rolling, and then you've got our next up in the credits lineup, who's just critting wildly on either side of the spectrum.
Well, I'm not even going to make a joke. It'd be too obvious.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
I am Colin. I will be playing Banger. He is a dwarven cleric druid guy. I could follow that up with a list of synonyms, but I'm not going to. Once more onto the breach.
Yeah. I mean, that's a Friday game. Anyway, so here we are in the scene, and the big rumbling, growling voice says, "Oh, it's you," but with rumbling and growling. We'll add the effects in post. Fleabite, any response?
Yep. Fleabite would sort of perk up and look straight at him and say, "How much of your pack lead did survive this assault? Yes."
And then he kind of just like exhales like a kind of low rumbling growl. He says, "I'm unsure." And it seems like he's definitely struggling with each breath, like clutching at like his, half-shifted form at his waist.
Does danger warriors still surround us? Yes.
And he kind of like turns his head to the side and spits blood on the floor, and then starts like coughing, and then looks up and says, "I don't know." Like very painfully. Yeah.
Would you take magical help? Yes. Of us? Yes.
I don't know. Maybe it kind of like goes woozy looking, so it doesn't answer that.
Then I think Fleabite will shout back at
Vanguard dwarf thing. There is creature up ahead. Need of help. It is of not great threat at present moment.
Okay.
Yeah, you can like feel free to ignore the turn order for now if you want to just sit in our
I was
place.
gonna say, I was kind of hoping that we could be walking through this bat thing as they're talking.
If you
Yeah.
are willing to, you can walk through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Is there a friend up ahead?
There is creature out of provide assistance to Fleabite, yes. And it is worth of providing assistance in return, yes.
I will.
Alright, dwarf, I got this.
Yeah. Well, now, what on earth are you?
Oh. As I get closer to see that it is actually a werewolf.
Yeah.
It's actually
Right.
it's huge. It's actually it's huge. It's like somewhere between 15 and 20 foot tall. Like
We bite.
No, you have this dwarf, is what you say, yes.
Hey, hold on.
We bite.
10 tier wounds. I'm going to approach though. So,
the
go
thing
by.
the thing looks like you can clearly see it's like semi-conscious, right?
I'm gonna give it a. Should I give it a level 3?
Don't know. What would Vanguard do?
He's pretty badly beat up. I'll give it.
Okay.
There you
Just
go.
some
Have 17.
17s of the healths.
What a nice guy.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see some of like the blooded and matted fur, like the wounds within it, like start to like knit together. Yeah, like the thing looks still kind of bad, and you just hear like some kind of coughing as it clears its throat, and the coughing obviously like rumbles the cave because the thing's huge. And it looks up, like with like one eye, and looks at you. It's kind of like it slumped. Looking at you is probably eye level with you, to be fair, Vanger. And
Not fair.
and kind of like opens like a big wolf eye and stares at you, and then like seems to like try and like right itself a bit, so it's leaning on its elbow, and looks at you and it says, "You smell funny. I don't know you."
Well, it's a little rude to say, but I've been travelling a lot. I see you seem to know my furry comrade.
Flea bite.
Yeah, any conversation between you two?
Just concern, emanating concern from me.
Fleabite would probably just turn to the point the this way, and to the DCC, and say,
What of check to see if box thing is in cavius?
Are you dismissing me?
and then turn back to them.
Fine. I will make my way off.
And as you do that,
You
like
can decide.
the big thing replies to Vanger as you're starting to walk off for a bit, and he says, "The little one is known to me. Yes." It's just his response to your statement. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Fleabite?
I think Fleabite would jump in on that and say that
Yes, of great secrecy that must be kept and not revealing to of where they came from.
Right. Right. Well, I'm just checking if bigger options, but no, level 3 of that is the best I can do. I don't know how many level 3s I want to burn, I'll be honest with you, so I'm going to give him a level 2 now.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
Very
I don't
nice
know what's
guy.
going to happen.
The worst that can happen is zombies, right? We know this. So
Probably. Level 2. 9 is not bad.
I'll add it into the pile. Yeah.
And yeah, now my comrade says to heal you up, so
I think like as you start doing that, right, as your magic starts to take effect, you hear the thing like almost as if it's clearing its throat or like gargling that turns into like a kind of slightly more formed growl.
Stops.
Yeah.
Freezes in place.
Yeah. And it like rumbles again, and it's almost like, you know, like when you wake up and do a big stretch and you make loads of noises. It's the equivalent of that, where this thing's obviously able to like feel again. That is a decent bit of healing it's got. And then it motions to you. Not quite with like a paw or anything, but like with its like mouth. It almost like tilts its head up a bit, as if nudging for you to like kind of step closer. But obviously you can't. It's mostly just like leaning in, and it just kind of says, "Thank you for your help."
I'm pleased to help. Who might you be?
Kind of half laughs, half coughs to the side, as if it's almost like it's been so long since that's been a requirement. Pleasantries, and he says, "For now, at least a friend. It has been long since assistance has been given so freely."
Right, well, you didn't really look like well, large as impressive as you are, you didn't really look like too much of a danger, so I was willing to take that gamble, even though Fleabite is not always the most reliable in everything. But it
Mind
looks
if I roll insight? See
Uh,
if he's lying.
What, on Vanger?
No. The werewolf man.
Okay, what is it you're trying to learn? What was it like?
Like, essentially, is he lying? Like, because I'm suspicious.
Are you
and
wearing
I
a
don't
Red Riding Hood?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay, to be fair, what has he really said that he'd be lying about?
That he's a friend.
And said thank. Well, yeah, that you suppose there is that.
Yeah, no, you can insight that. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, roll. See. Yeah, no, like he doesn't like he generally seems pleased he has been healed, and he definitely
Yeah,
seems
okay.
surprised by the fact that people are offering help without just attacking on sight.
I would relax a little bit at that.
Um,
Maybe
yeah,
a
so
step closer.
continues like I must say I was somewhat concerned when I came in here and saw. Well, we'd anticipated there might be bats, but scratches at his beard, sort of looking away.
Kind of a yes. We got word of this. And he kind of like almost like barks the word nest, and says, "They are an enemy." And then
They being House of Terror.
he kind of like snarls a little bit at that. Doesn't say anything, just snarls. I think you can read into that.
I sort of nod my head and say, "Aye, well, figured it was true." Because I can't see you right now behind
Yes,
him.
correct. This thing is very, very large.
We came in here previously, and we were searching for a stolen object, and we encountered the man claiming to be a supposedly dead last heir of the throne, and he was bloody well alive. I'll tell you that.
You just hear the hard to kill through the breathing.
Aye. Tough thing. But we were fortunate to escape with our lives when, well, King Von Rune intervened. Actually, strange thing. You know what? I noticed that he's still sort of coughing away, and I'm gonna throw a little level 1 just to give
Yeah.
him an extra bit of pep.
Okay.
Because I don't want to blow all my spells
Mhm.
because I'm concerned that things could disappear somehow.
Yeah, but concerned versus you don't have spell slots, but you might have a wolf friend. That's not bad.
That's true. Your wounds. I'll throw him a wee level 1.
Yeah.
Not bad.
That's not pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. It was better than your level 2.
Yep. Sometimes it goes that way.
Yeah.
Alas,
Yeah.
dice being what. Yeah, he sort of says, probably notices the coughing and what have you, and says, "Here, I can."
Yeah, and then you can probably like see like things on the side of its like neck and stuff, like gashes and stuff, so sort of like seal up. And he shuffles and like kind of almost that thing where he's kicking his feet out from in front of him, where he's pushing himself up the side of the stone kind of guess plinth or whatever you'd call it, stone step, I guess, platform, yeah, plateau. And he pushes himself up onto that, so he's kind of like almost sitting forward a little bit. Definitely still sore, but clearly like a much better condition than he was before. I mean, arguably you could say that he had 1 hit point and now he's got 35 new hit points to join it.
You can say that.
Theoretically, yeah.
Only in theory, Captain. So yeah, like having done that, I'd sort of say to him like, I don't know how to put this. Well, okay, I'll give it a shot. You'll be all right holding yourself together then, are you?
And he kind of like half laughs again, in that almost like mild wince of pain, as if shaking off a lot of the wounds that he had. And he says, "Much easier now, after your assistance. So again, you have my thanks." And then he kind of like gestures with his like half paw, half werewolf claw, to almost indicate, this would be a noble gesture of, now your name, please.
Oh, sorry. Didn't introduce myself, did I? I'm Vanger.
And he looks around the room, almost like blinking, like he's with, now he's got both eyes back functional again. Looks around and blinks. One of the eyes almost like crusted over with blood. He kind of like peels away. He shakes his fur, and then says, "I believe I might be the last of the Calastris line." And then
Oh, that'd have been my guess.
kind of like leans forward to almost like shake your hand with his I would say his hand dwarfs yours, but that feels like it's wrong scientifically. But yeah, and he says, "Iruku Calastris."
Iduku, is that?
No, Iruku. Count Dooku Calastris. No.
Yeah.
I'll spell it. Only because we know Adair would never be able to say it.
Got the canon spelling. Iruku. Iruku?
Yeah.
Well, Iruku, it's nice to meet you. Sorry, it's under these circumstances.
I would say these were fortunate circumstances for me. He kind of like nods,
I suppose.
And kind of like he looks over to Fleabite and just kind of like nods, just an acknowledgement of clearly you did this, so thank you.
Does any of other pack still breathe think?
And he says, "I wouldn't know. I might have been like this for." He shakes his head, kind of like attempts to shrug. So he's kind of implying he might have been here for like a day or two.
Well, have a check around.
Well, Fleabite might just silent image Lord Optera, or so we think.
Mm.
Just to clarify,
It was this half-thing lord that you attack and it kill?
Where'd you summon the image?
probably. Yeah.
Okay. A massive paw just swipes right down through it, like smacking into the floor of the cave. And then a very loud snarl. And then as he does that, as he's almost like perched forward, almost superhero landing style, like stands up and then stands to the side slightly through his own pile of blood, and reveals the corpse of Terra.
Well, I'd say he got him.
Optera's throat has been like as if somebody inserted wolf claws into neck and just pulled up.
Now, I'm trying to remember, did Rune indicate to us that he had personally taken care of him?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So that suggests either he was perhaps able to come back somehow, or that we were misled.
But yeah, Von Rune pretty much said he handled it personally, or something to that effect. I think he might even have said as much as, "I choked the life out of him," something like that.
I think Fleabite asked if he had a hand in defeating him, and then he replied, like, "Yes, I choked it out."
Well,
Yeah.
now, that's interesting.
Is this the guy that did you guys in?
Well, I'm very much still standing here, thank you. But he certainly gave me he did. He battered us.
Well, then it seems like we have had a common enemy, Mr. Ataku, Mr. Calastris. Calastris.
Yeah, think like calamity and disastrous. Calastris.
Calastris.
It's good. And he looks at you and he like sniffs the air first, and then like snorts as if exhaling the air, and says, "You're from the city."
It's true. Been a resident for 4 years now.
And he kind of like looks to Fleabite briefly, like just by moving his eye, and then looks back at you, Cass, and says, "And
I give a
your-"
curtsy.
And he says, "And your loyalties lie to who?"
Mostly to myself, but I am friends with your friend. Name's Cass. Nice to meet you.
And he says, "And your loyalties, if they lie with yourself, who are you to hold them?"
Well, in my opinion, the only one capable.
He laughs and kind of like maybe holds his stomach as he does, as if it's maybe not great doing that.
Take it easy for a few hours, certainly.
There's a big paw on your shoulder, and the weight of it just resting on your shoulder is probably more than you really want it to be than him actually using you as a
Slightly uncomfortable.
post. And he says, "I believe with your help I shall recover fine. Thank you again." And you'd said Vanger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he'll say that. I'll like Vanger. Just acknowledge your name. And he'll-
But you have the most interesting friends. I say as I sit down in the chair.
Well, I would ask when you met, but I have to assume it's when you escaped the Tanana state.
I think Fleabite's probably just going to just like nonchalantly ignore.
Right. Anyway, bear with me a moment, folks. I'm gonna. I'm gonna center. I'm gonna saunter on. Saunter on doesn't sound right there at all. I'm gonna head on into the back of the cave. See if what he was so determined to guard is still there. They will need.
He says, "I imagine if my pact were still alive or within earshot, they would have made themselves known by now. So I would say tread carefully, dwarf."
Aye. Thank you.
He'd probably say dwarf Vanger, is what he'd say, I think.
And I'll give him a nod. Then am I sort of doing this at movement speed or?
Right, now you can wander over. Well, he's starting to walk away. What's everybody else up to? You've sat in the chair, Cass, and what's Fleabite's wandered forward to you.
Yeah, Fleabite was going up to see these two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would actually be very worth to loot. Probably don't loot the wolf in front of the wolf, but
Well, no, I wanted to investigate
Mhm.
potential identity of the wolf.
Yeah. It looks very familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Jack.
what will you do now?
I mean, like, he like tilts his head as if, "Oh, you're speaking to me." And he looks up and he
I
says,
nod.
he kind of looks around at like the bloodstains and the gore and, the mini massacre of this place. And he says, "I will go back into my exile. My enemy is defeated."
You could always hang out with us for a while.
Cityborn.
We could make use of you, I imagine. Saying as half a joke, right? Like,
Does it it gives you a look like it's sizing you up for a meal when you say that? And then it says, "I am not a tool to be wielded."
of course.
Fleabite might perk up and say,
Yes, this one. Talk much, speak little.
Wow, Adair's not here. We can't dunk in you.
Oh,
Oh,
poor
you're
Gregor.
talking about me. I thought you were talking about the wolf. I was
No.
like, what the fuck does speak little mean?
Yeah, he's saying, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I talk much, but I don't say much.
And then, I think, yeah, like, the only thing he really does is just kind of, like, exhale the word, you know, Cityborn. Kind of like, you get from the tone that he's clearly like, that won't work.
Yeah.
Is Chiro definitely dead?
A lot of his throat's missing,
Mm-hmm.
and has decorated a lot of the, like, 2 wee seconds. Let's see if I've got
Does he have any bad bits in his pocket?
2 seconds. Let me just make it a bit more dramatic for you if you want.
Ooh.
A better for you? A bit more,
Yeah.
visceral. Yeah.
It still might be prudent to, like, stake through the.
Oh dear, that's funny. Okay.
Take the torch. Jab it through.
Dwarven funeral, yeah. Light him up. Okay, Vanger.
I noticed that there seems to still be a box here.
I'm
Pleased to notice this,
Yeah.
and I would like to. First of all, I think what I would like quick cash in.
Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna go and check your paperwork that you took off that dead guy from the original incident on the cart with the bats outside the city before you ever made it to Evershed. You're gonna compare the crate number to the invoice number, right? And then
Oh, I didn't do that.
I'm assuming you're gonna though. It's a way to confirm it's the crate you're looking for.
If you're gonna let me do that, I would do that.
Yeah, you may as well, because like you were the one that read that, right? You're the one that took that invoice, I believe.
I don't seem to have a note of it, but I will trust you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And let's face it, if it wasn't you, it was probably Adair, which means it was you.
Yeah. There may have been some mild retconning between this session and the audience.
Yeah, if you're misremembering it, so are we. It's fine.
I have a quick look and compare that. Do I need to have a roll for it? Is that
Nah,
just
that's literally just reading a number.
a
Yeah,
match up?
they do.
Excellent.
Look at that. I'll approve this as well for you, buddy.
Get a wee smile creeps across his face. Well, thank goodness for that. I'm quite embarrassed if it turned out not to be. And I'd like to sort of give it a wee prod, a wee shove, just here to see if see how much it weighs, if it's easily movable, if it rattles when it's moved, or ticks or anything like that. So
I
is
like
that an
the
invest-
permanently ticking flea bite that I love. Okay, it's an athletics check to shimmy it, yeah.
This Jimmy? Okay, I'll give you an athletics. Oh no.
It's heavy. It's really heavy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which
Like-
is why I got 7. It's not my
You might need the 3 of you guys to lift it. Or one big
Elk?
boy.
or one large wolf person. Yeah, that could
Technically
also
huge.
huge wolf.
Too soon.
G wolf.
Ah, no.
Rip.
Yeah.
The late huge.
I did put my Fs in chat, so I'll put one in here as well. There we go.
So, what else could I do to try and work out what it is? Can I give it a wee investigate?
What are you looking for?
Any outward signs that would indicate, is it dangerous? Is it alive?
Well, if it, like, you could choke on it, and if it fell on you, it would hurt a lot, depending on the
No,
height.
but like it indicate this has been secured because there's something potentially dangerous inside it you wouldn't want getting out.
You can't really tell from the surface of the fact that it's just a fairly good-looking crate.
There's nothing that would indicate anything specific about its purpose.
No, like there's no like weird rivets on it that look like they could turn into spikes if you touched the wrong button. Right? It's not like a carbonite case either.
Or
It doesn't
Air
smell
holes.
like it's laced with alcohol or anything flammable. Yeah. Nah, there's very little you can tell other than it's just a big heavy box.
very well. I will return to the group. See, that's the box. But well, still going to be an easy job getting out of this cave.
Anything you guys say before the big one weighs in?
The box is over there. Let's take a look. I make my way over.
Now, Vanguard, I feel like this is one of these player agency moments where Dylan needs to explain he'll have a certain agenda with the box that you, as a player, may wish to stop.
I also just feel that Fleabite would be like, I told you to go like 2 minutes ago.
Now
you
And you
I wanted
sat
to be
down.
your friend. Failed. I'm sorry.
I mean, never say never on the friend front, right?
Okay.
You just
I
said,
didn't
let's
say
go to
never.
the city, and he was like, I'm in exile. What were you hoping for here?
I don't know. Planned too much out. I am making my way over.
So
Should I stop here?
I'm sort of lost. Sorry, bear with me.
How are you lost? Think out loud.
What? Right. What was the player? You said player agency.
I'm gonna open that box. Is
Yeah.
my goal.
And that could potentially be a problem because they don't want it opened.
No, like,
I mean-
as far as you're concerned, it will probably straight up fill the mission, yeah.
Do I know that you're going to open?
Insight.
I feel like you've also, like, there's been enough times where you have said, well, why don't we open the box? Like, during most of the planning stages of these missions. But there's been enough of that, so yeah, I'd say, like, an insight, yeah, isn't a bad call for it.
But Cass wasn't the one
True.
there.
No, true,
Yeah.
fair.
This is Arxis, right?
Okay, so it's probably a more difficult insight then. Right?
I'll roll insight.
But yeah, definitely a lot
I
more
prob-
difficult by comparison. Yeah,
Like I
for
might
sure.
look a little too eager.
Yeah,
I probably should spend some
like
points.
you've put your
on that.
looting gloves on.
On the
You've got a-
crowbar out.
Yeah, I was gonna say crowbar in hand. Yeah.
I'm making a spend, and I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to do it without disadvantage because
Yeah.
it could be bad if I fail that potentially.
I'll just go approve this.
Oh God.
Spend it anyway. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if a 12's high enough to work that out. I think the only way it would be is if literally Cass had pulled out a crowbar on the way.
Fair enough.
Which hell, I might not even be able to open the box, but I'm gonna try.
I mean, you could always just follow
Which,
her. Like, there's nothing wrong with you just following her to like, oh, maybe we could move the box together.
Could.
I also don't actually know which way it is. I should guess that it's this way, I suppose. Yeah, because this way would lead down back into the.
That's funny.
You said it was this way? Yeah? She's continuing.
I mean, I suppose that would be a pretty good cue for me to follow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Falls
take that
into pit.
just through here, aye.
Play about you joining them, or are you staying here?
Right.
And,
I was gonna ask Thingy a few questions.
it's fine. Well, while they're we'll pause them. We'll come back to you, right? So
Then I think obviously when he smashed down on Silent Image, I just let it drop.
mhm, mhm.
Then I would summon another
Jack.
no Victor Richter. Yes,
Richter?
Richter.
Yes, legally distinct.
I couldn't even think of the other one. Yes, Richter.
There is no other one to think of. Yes.
The Baron von Richthofen, of course, is who I was.
Ah, of course.
Um,
Lucrell.
So I summon that and just say,
You try to, and your silent image is all fuzzy.
"Oh, interesting."
Yeah. That's never happened before.
Then I think just log that one for later.
Mhm.
Noticed but not worth talking about just now.
Mhm.
Then just say was great man thing with cover face mask in cave at any point when you enter. Yes.
Yeah. He looks at you and he kind of like growls and like shakes his head and says, "Only Optera and his spawn."
Was half thing Optera in death body box when you reach?
And he like moves over to like the big kind of stone coffin shaped thing. And he says, he puts like a big claw on the side of the stone frame. And he says, Optera. And he points in the box where like most of them still is. And but he says, he points at the side where Jack is kind of like lying as if he's fallen forward over the box. And you see like a trail of blood that seems to like go back. It looks quite dried, obviously, but it seems to like go back as if it was leading back towards where the you know he had been. You know, it definitely looks like there's just a trail of blood, as if Optera has crawled into this injured.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. And he looks at you and goes, "No one else was here."
Someone didn't finish the job.
Mm. I suppose you got to wonder how much scent a metal man would leave behind.
Mm-hmm. A normal metal man or a magic metal man?
We both know
Yeah.
the answer to that.
Man would pass without trace.
Mm-hmm. So he's a ranger. No. There's an argument to be made for Horizon Walker, right? He was obsessed with portals, so yeah. Anything else in that scene then, or are we shimming over to the?
I guess we'd probably start having a look at his possessions. Just like not just roll to loot, but just I just want to see is there a phylactery here, basically.
Oh dear, that's funny. No, just a really weird heavy mace.
I think like the mild headache on the back of Fleabite, like
Lumps
picks up
reappear.
and
Yeah.
looking at it.
What strength do you have?
Oh,
Your score.
14 skill, I think. No, I wasn't stressing picking it up. Yeah, 14. So 2.
Okay. No, yeah, I think you could lift
Oh.
it. Yeah. It's awkward though.
Let's move that out of the way, but probably wouldn't actually.
Mm-hmm. It's got that very like heavy slate moving on slate vibe to it, where
Mhm.
you're dragging it, and it's like, why did this? Like, obviously, if he's able to swing it, it's gonna hurt, right? And anything to make a dent in that wolf next to you is obviously impressive. So yeah.
If he's small, you should have disadvantage on heavy weapons.
True that. Imagine he had been rolling with disadvantage the whole time. Terrifying. Okay. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't dump it in your bag of holding if you really wanted it.
We might get around to that.
Okay. Well, I'll jump back to them. Alright, so you guys make it to the box.
Is there anything that's obviously blocking the box closed?
No. It looks like it's a big shipping crate, but like, it looks like a reasonably, like, people have spent a lot of money on the crate, as it were. And it's clearly like nailed shut very securely.
Oh, it's nailed. Okay.
But there's not
Shit, I don't-
magical chains or anything like binding it or anything like that, no.
I don't know if I have actually something to solve
14
the
invisible
nails.
dragons, all hugging the box that you can't see at all times. So yeah.
I don't have a way to open this box.
Do none of you guys have crowbars?
I guess I have a dagger.
Wait, why would I have a I'm a priest.
Now, to be fair, that's a very, very valid statement. Why would I have a crowbar? I'm a priest.
I've got a hammer.
What type of hammer?
A war hammer.
There is something in the text of one of the hammer types.
To be fair, that would eventually get through a crate, right? A warhammer.
Yes.
So, what is the image here?
Well-
We have you pull out a dagger and kind of weigh it up in your head. Like, is that what the image is?
No. I would have already done it in my head, right? And I've been like, all right, well, let's try to carry it, knowing full well that we're going to fail. Or, well, assuming.
Hmm.
As you said, it was heavy.
Maybe if we got some assistance from our large friend back there.
It's not a bad idea. You want to go ask him? He doesn't seem to like me.
That's probably not the worst idea. I'll might be worth giving him a little bit of a healing boost first. Well, I wouldn't want
Healing bribe. Yeah.
to. Well, he just doesn't want to be an ass.
Mhm.
Yes, obviously he is aware that it might benefit him because it might make the guy actually able to do it.
Mhm, mhm.
But that's not sorry, but I will head on back.
You follow?
And now I pull out the dagger.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I thought it might be.
Okay.
And I start loosening the nails as much as I can.
Okay. What skill is this? I guess athletics, right?
Sure. Well, that's not great.
It's still. I mean, you might crit. Look at that. Not bad.
Hey.
So you start prying open some of the nails. It's going to be a slow process though, because the dagger isn't exactly designed to do
course.
this, right?
Of course.
And this thing has been secured more than what you'd say a standing shipping crate would be.
Mhm.
But if you roll similarly, you're probably going to be able to get this open in, maybe 10 minutes.
Are you saying I should roll again, or?
No, I'm saying that is the time frame you're looking at
Oh, okay.
to pop this open to see what's inside
gotcha.
is 10 minutes. However, obviously it gives them a lot of time to chat
Yeah.
and such in the meantime. But we'll see how this plays out.
Hmm.
But you can estimate that in your head that as you wipe the bead of sweat off your head, going, "Whew, that's one."
I would just try to loosen as many as I could.
Yeah, that's fine. And we'll see how many that is as we go. Now, yeah, you head back over to the two of them. Fleabit, was there anything else you wanted to do by the time he gets back to you?
There's definitely no sign of the teeth that he took from me.
No.
Son of a bitch. He probably already ate them.
That's how he summoned the others.
Mm.
And there's definitely no more like chains or anything that was binding the coffin closed that like when we were there.
No, the silver chain's still lying somewhere though, right?
It's in my inventory.
Was that not taken off you? I thought that was taken off you. No.
No, I specifically asked. And you
Yeah,
said
no, that's
books
fine.
And bat bits.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't care about the silver chain. That's fair. So yeah, if you've still got that, that's fine. No, I don't think there's anything else. The pile of books probably should still be on this map though. I'll just put all the books back.
So you had time to read and scatter them back on the floor.
You probably just dumped them back on the floor, right?
Yeah, you just emptied Fleabite's pockets onto the floor, holding him upside down and shaking him. Does the coffin lid? Is that in the same place as when?
that is like lying maybe just north of the coffin. Yeah.
In where it was when he bust out when we first arrived.
No, it looks like it's been
Okay.
moved again. Yeah, because it was probably closer to where the wolf is last time, where the big one is, Iruku. Yeah, but it's probably north of the listing, so it's probably like here. The big heavy lid. Any thoughts?
I'd probably just let Vanger approach back and see what
Yep.
he's up to.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm sorry to ask this, but we may need a bit of assistance moving this thing.
Moving what thing? And he kind of like looks quickly to the big stone sarcophagus, and
There's a shipping crate through there.
there's like a snort or an exhale or a laugh. You're not sure what. And then he
I know
says,
it's not in actual
"Ah."
shape.
He says, looters. And here's me thinking I had some fortune on this day.
Well, not quite looters. I mean, he looks to Levi for a second. Not all of us, any road up.
Yes, this one's pockets are often a surprise.
We were asked to return it. Don't terribly know that you'll be entirely eager to assist. The owner is a how to put this politely. Yeah, but the owner is.
Do you have to put it?
Do you think I should just not mention? It feels blimey.
I think weigh this up as players, right? Let's have a little tiny pause and we'll move into player discussion mode and we'll talk about the fact that you're about to name drop Lord Noatonan.
Vanger would probably do it to give the guy a fair choice.
I think that's fair. Yeah, that is fair.
Colin as a person knows that's dumb.
And there is obviously the Calastris and Optera exile by the Tonans.
Yeah.
And as Utior said, the curse!
There's very likely to be bad blood there. I think that's a fair assumption.
Taylor Swift would agree.
I think just sort of player. I can very much understand Vanger wanting to give the informed choice, but I do feel like he's most likely to take the third option of destroy the thing, given that knowledge.
That does seem possible. So,
Any thoughts, Dylan? You are in this chat as well, you know.
I mean, I think it's fair. And I mean, if Wenger is fair, I think that's what he should do.
Well, I guess we're back in the scene then, Wenger.
Oh man.
That's when you know you're doing your job right as a GM, where players are like, oh, I'm actually struggling to work out what to do here, based on the consequences.
I'm torn. I am torn.
It does sound in keeping with the as you do say a lot of the time that Vanger is just actually a good guy.
Yeah, he may be officially neutral, but in reality, he's probably as good as they get. So,
I think you are the moral compass of this group.
yeah, fuck it. He's gonna tell him. Sorry, guys, this is probably a bad idea. But on the other hand, you might get to find out what it is as a result.
Yep.
Yeah.
Told
Just
you
give
it's
me more
just
time.
bees. It's just bees.
I know that you're probably, you may not be eager to help, and the item belongs to the Lord Banan.
Yeah, there's a look that goes across his face when you mention that name.
I'm aware there's stories of, well, aye, bad blood.
I feel like there's something that comes up before you even get that far, sentence-wise. He very much. I think, Cass, you can hear this very clearly from where you are. There is a growling at the name Tonan, and he says, "You are a lackey of Glyn."
No one lackey, I'm a priest.
Like snarls and like his teeth are flared. Like obviously like the way the lips are flared to show his teeth, I should say. And says, "Do not trade words with me, priest." Posture's obviously shifted.
Did he say glint?
Now he's a Glyn.
Oh, Glenn.
No
Yeah, that's
T.
true.
Glyn.
Was that the name of the father?
Which I think only Vanger here knows. I think.
Yeah.
I'm not
And,
sure if you've
well,
said it in this.
The father is gone, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I will respond with that. I will say, well, first of all, I'm not one to play games with words. And secondly, the man you speak of is quite dead. Some time ago, I understand.
Yeah. He looks at you like obviously quite significantly higher, looking down its nose at you, and he says, "And how do you know this?"
Oh, the family trees.
Like snarls again, and Iruku says, "Glyn and Noana are quite cursed, as I and Optera are."
Oh, the names are very similar to the two present heirs to the line. And I know they're not quite who they seem.
And then
But how,
he probably just takes a very, very intimidating step towards you. And then asks, just over whatever you were saying, "Why did you come here?"
retrieve a box?
"And your business with Optera?"
Box? We came here for the box.
"And why did Optera have the box you seek for the Twinans?"
Well, I don't know. He barred us into unconsciousness with a mace. So.
I think Fleabite might jump in on that point.
Okay.
And say that Halfling Batlord, he intercepted box package that was being delivered to, and words fail him.
Sounds about right.
I think there's mostly just like a snarl at the fact that you've joined the conversation, right? As he kind of turns, almost in that kind of "I'm the alpha, you have been dismissed" kind of a vibe, since you are part of the pack, remember. And
Sounds like he's asking for another Botan.
and Calastris says, "Your Master. Why does he want this box? What does it contain?
If you wait like 5 more minutes, I'll tell you.
I think that slightly exasperates Vanger.
Mhm.
My master, not a man of any sort. The Nans want the box back as it's some sort of gift. What? I don't know.
A gift for whom?
The new bride, I believe.
It cocks its head, right? Like it's genuinely shocked to hear that phrase. As, why would Glyn need a new bride?
Well, current son is, or refers to himself when he rode up as Noah. And this,
Did their eldest die?
it's a complicated story. Their eldest, Charleston, would it be?
Kind of shakes his head like, I did not learn its name.
Whatever has happened many years ago has been stricken from more recent records. There is a servant in their service of the right age of that name, but no member of the family. But yes, I suspect some strange events have happened whereby the true heir has been bypassed. I don't know, truthfully. It's idle speculation, but something's. All I can tell you is that the current heir has sought a bride from the nobility outside the city. Specifically, where was it they were from again? The realms?
Torque. It's like the
Torque.
human capital, if you will, the new capital at least.
Specifically, the Bellums of Torque.
And she like narrows his eyes and says, I do not understand the machinations behind this. But I don't imagine whatever is in that box will be good for any of us. Yeah, I guess it's vague as to who he means by us, right?
Yeah, I'm a bit. Whatever they're up to, I have no particular love for them. Simply need information that will aid us in an important quest that goes far beyond any noble bickering. The Tenans, they can have their arranged marriage for all I care. You've perhaps not heard of the events unfolding in the world, but there are greater threats than anything the Tenans can.
Looks at you and goes, I am fully aware of the intruders from afar.
We seek to set that right, and key to that apparently lies in the mythical city in the mountains, Varys.
Kind of like snorts again, clearing its nose. Then, almost dismissively, right?
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, I
Mhm.
suspect even if people are somewhat knowledgeable, they probably know that. Yeah, probably don't necessarily think it's real.
Mhm.
I'll say I'm aware how many people have gone seeking Varys, and I'm aware how few have ever even claimed to find it. But we we are not. We don't see this idly, and we're not motivated. Well, at least I speak for myself when I say it, not motivated by any riches that the Tanans can offer. They're only useful insofar as they've helped to supply. The interest I have is, well, supposedly a dragon egg key to stopping this invasion one way or the other.
I don't know if there is a reaction that's even readable from it at this
makes
point.
Absurd, but I set out in this mission some time ago and met others, and this has all fallen into my hands quite by accident. But I don't really believe in accident. I set out because Great Father had a purpose, something he required of me. I understand if you don't desire to help me in this matter, and I understand if you feel anything that the Nans might have their hands in can only be evil work. Perhaps that's right. But all I know is that there's a crate, and there are people who own a crate, and someone who stole the crate. And he points to his staff at the corpse of what's
Tara.
his name? Cairo.
Chiro.
And that Chiro's. And that man, the one who took it. So, whatever purpose he had for it, whether he just intended to keep it out of the hands of the other family as an act of revenge or what have you, I don't know. You might find that you know more about it than you realise, given history. But to me, it's just a damn crate.
And the Iruku looks at you, looks to Fleabite, and then just says, "Speak." Almost like indicating, and your thoughts are on what he just said?
Mm-hmm. Then I think Fleabite would hold the gaze, and
A gift, a
I-
horse.
Dwarf thing Vanger has much more wisdom than Fleabite Skaven. Dwarf thing know what is best for help find answer to great question. Fleabite must and help find answer to great question. Fleabite trust in Vanger Dwarf thing.
There's like a low growl. He's like he turns back to look at you, Venger. And then Iruku takes like another step forward. And just kind of like leans down ever so slightly. And just kind of like almost like, not even eye level with you, just like leans down so like his teeth are at eye level with you.
Yeah.
And then just kind of says, like with a kind of growl, "I would conclude my dealings with the Twinans while you still have a say in this. This is advice from one friend to another." And then he says, "I will have no part in this." And then he starts like stomping away. Not exactly great, but like as best he can manage as he's doing.
I think I sort of shake my head because Vanguard realizes that he probably could have got his way if he hadn't.
No, you
come
did.
out with-
You were a good guy.
But yeah, sometimes it's what my character would do. Really, is the excuse. It really does. Like I'm not going to be a dick as a character who wouldn't be a dick just for the sake of experience.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sticking within
think I'll
the boundaries of your character are good, in my opinion.
I think I'll cast a glance to Fleabite though before I head back and say, well, I hope you're right to trust me.
I think Fleabite would turn back to Jack Human and sort of under his breath say, so does Fleabite.
Mhm. Yeah.
And
I guess these both head into the cave where we've got the nail popper.
Uh.
Yeah, heading
How
into
far
the.
have I gotten?
Oh, I'll let you know in a second.
I think is his eyes closed?
It's up to you. Do you want to close them, or would you like
Yes.
them to be closed?
I would like to have that close his eyes.
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah, you can do it.
And then look at Chiro and I'm okay. Can I ask for advice from the other players?
Mhm.
what are you going to do?
So it's actually not probably what you're thinking. Basically, I was thinking, do we take his mace as mostly just as a proof of who he is?
I think we
Yes.
take space because it'd be cool to have, and you'd do that. I don't think you need any more reason than that, to be honest with you.
I would consider leaving it, just because like this guy who I think he liked more than he would admit to most, and he killed him with it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I think it is something that is useful in as utility of just like this guy is probably recognizable, and we can probably use it in more sense of that.
I mean, I think taking it makes a lot of sense. I understand like, the spect angle. That's a fair point. That's because I do sometimes think of Fleabite as a bit of a murder hobo, but he's really not. So I think you're
I think it's your call, buddy. To be honest, yeah, Alexander, this one's on you.
I would definitely say it makes sense to take.
What would Fleabite do?
Yeah, okay. I'll struggle to pick it up as it is very heavy, and put it back in the coffin.
Okay, yeah. To put it with Chiro. Cool. Okay. In the room with the box. So, Vanger, you can clearly see that Cass has like 75% of the nails out of this thing. And working on it with a dagger.
I sort of just lean in my staff very heavily and exhale.
Oh, welcome back. Any luck with the big guy? As I continue.
He wasn't eager to be involved in Tanan business.
That's the sign of a nail.
Oh, yeah, like bubble wrap it was.
Yeah.
I see you're trying to take a little peek inside.
Oh, you shouldn't have told him we were working for Tonin. Probably would have helped us.
That did occur to me as I was saying it. But I
Finger
didn't
thing knows best, yes.
see there being too much good that could come of misleading him either. Truthfully,
Nah, that's fair. He could have turned on us if he found out later.
I
Not
just
bad thinking.
you know, my first instinct, generally speaking, is to tell people the truth. And I think that's a good first instinct to have. Maybe not in your line of work.
Like the office style, the other two just look at the camera when he says that.
Are you sure? Are you sure this is wise? Opening.
No, but there's only one way to find out, right? Yeah, you want to help Fleabite?
I like looking at Vanger very much like, because I don't think Fleabite really knows that if you open it, it's a bad thing.
Mhm.
Um,
Fleabite hasn't really been involved in a lot of the box chat, to be fair.
What I'd say is, you know, if he knows it's been opened, he won't be happy about that.
Oh, well, then we'll just close it.
So how sure are you can close it without leaving any sign that you've opened it?
It's just nails.
Aye, nails don't always go back in as easily as they come out.
We could always say Upterra opened it.
That is, if yes, it does go back in box, yes.
Aye, fair. We don't know what's inside. It could be.
And as I said, only one way to find out.
It might be one.
Mm. So at this point, I'm going to ask: are you going to stop him, or let Cass continue? And by that, I mean her.
Yeah.
It's literally, this is the agency moment where we decide if it's going to happen or not, because he's done enough work to open the box. She has.
I'm not going to physically stop you. Out of character, I'll say it.
Mhm.
I'm
Mhm.
going to physically stop you. So if you want to continue, you're absolutely not going to get PvP.
I appreciate it.
I am going to say, you know, Casa, I think this is a poor idea. We have no idea what it could be inside, and the problems it could cause us if he finds out.
did Tanan say that Cass was not to be involved in the operation while Fleabite was still there?
No,
No.
that was when you left.
Okay.
Yeah. Sadly.
Well, I might just remind everyone that Tanan
I did forget about that,
said,
actually.
do not let Cass in on this.
He also does not know who I am, or what Cass is, or what Cass looks like. But yes, please continue.
Doesn't he?
No,
Are you sure you didn't give a description of him to, or Vanger didn't give a description of him, of Cass, to
Possible.
Tanan?
I don't recall it, but it's definitely plausible.
I didn't think it was either you or Dare that did give a description. So I remember
Yeah.
Redhead being mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Mhm.
Well.
Not to say that's like concrete evidence or anything.
Of course.
It's a good start, at least.
Yeah, and that's what I remember.
Mhm. But whoever actually hired you would know who you were. It was probably somebody in like Charleston's service, right? One of his
Yeah.
staff.
He would have gone through Theo.
Yeah. But either way,
That doesn't take away from the point that Lord Tanan definitely
it
said.
wouldn't have been Theo because we agreed it was Cass that was hired for it. Way back when. So regardless of what came since, we agreed it was Cass. Because yeah. It was Cass's name on the document.
Just
But it's not to say that Tonan
Oh.
would know you at Vision, right? He wouldn't necessarily spot you in a crowd and be like, "Ah, that's that woman who stole from me," even though you didn't.
it's all pretty much still sealed. They'll look all right. Might look like somebody tried to get in a couple of places, but they'll, you know, I doubt they'll know. But we open that, we've no idea what happens.
Isn't it worth finding out?
Like at this point, I just ask, so, Cass, are you opening the box? Do you pop it open?
Oh my
or
god,
is,
yes.
okay.
This isn't a, like...
Okay, so what happens then is you crack open the the lid. You lift up, and inside seems like an immaculate coffin. A very decorative piece of woodwork. Very lacquered as well. Very expensive. Yes.
I hold it open and like hold out my hand for them to look as well.
They'll be able to see it. It's not. It's like very shallow in terms of the.
Oh dear.
To open the coffin if you wanted to, Cass.
Absolutely. Well, like, I'll give it a sec, but I'm going to.
This can't be good.
Mm. So you lean in, and you can see that it's got Lady Sarah Tonan stated on the plate.
More mummy issues. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. And then I'm going to move to open it.
Okay. Any player agency moments coming up, or are we?
Yeah.
I mean,
Did Sarah Tanan come up in the genealogy research?
no, Sarah, I think, is Sarah Tanan to be.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
Cerebellum, remember?
Yes. No, yes, I just hadn't made that
And then
leap of-
serotonin. Just so you know that I've said them both in a line, it's cerebellum, as in cerebellum, and serotonin. You can roll your eyes all you want, Alexander. Welcome to How You GM. I'm not saying I wrote an entire story around that one joke.
I don't believe you.
Neither do I. Alright.
I mean, I'll probably start to object, but by the time I do it,
You're
maybe have,
persuading.
like, maybe have that
no,
first step forward to be like,
don't.
maybe we shouldn't quite, and then just cracks
Yeah.
open coffin.
I think that's probably exactly what's going to happen. It'll be like, I don't know that.
You are a grave cleric, aren't you?
It's not really getting it.
It wouldn't be able to see it through the coffin.
To have eyes on it, don't you?
You know.
Mhm.
Wouldn't that just make you more interested?
I don't
Drills
expect
hole.
anyone in it yet.
Oh, I bet you there is.
So, Cass, you lift open the coffin lid?
Yep.
Okay. Obviously, I say lid loosely because it's the whole top of the coffin that lifts off. There's no
Mhm.
stable doors here.
I assume
And,
it takes effort.
No, like, it lifts very nicely.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
like it's been very well manufactured, yeah. Almost as if somebody wanted it to be easy to open and close. Weird, that. But, yeah. And pop it open, and the last thing we see before we see the credits, was ever you're looking at it almost like the case from Pulp Fiction. Only you look in, and it cuts down, and you look into it, and it's just full of dirt. Full of dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then
I got a jar of dirt.
a coffin of dirt. And that's when we go back to our title screen. That's the end of that session. So, what would you like to call this session? It's a good one, yeah.
Um, ooh,
Muffin box. That's a great title.
That came true.
No, it's a mistake yet.
Mhm.
I'm a firm believer in the curiosity killed the cat, but the
Killed the Cass.
brought it back.
but yeah, the satisfaction of knowing brought it back.
I mean, too much. Or is it just a... Untick your dragons, fair, yeah.
It wasn't really relevant ending. I just found it funny.
I'm glad you did. It's the content you keep turning up for, I believe. So yeah. Okay. Anything else? I'm trying to think what else happened. So he's got to the cave, he's travelled. Obviously he's lost track of a dare. Cart, long rests for some. Got to the cave, met Iruku, Calastris. Pretty big deal. Yeah, Big Bad Wolf. I suppose I feel like it'd be wrong if let's see.
Bats and wolves.
Wolf Among Us.
I thought about calling him Bigsby.
Yeah, right.
So there's a little on the nose.
Not many people would get that unless they were, fans that way.
Yeah, I read the first few years of Fable comics. I know.
What about Cradle of Dirt?
If this were CSI, I bet we confirmed that was from Torque.
It's a shame you don't have a analyze soil spell. Right?
Maybe next day.
Maybe 6th edition. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, I quite like Grave Mistakes. I'm not gonna lie. I might even vote for that. In
think
fact, I
I'm
have.
gonna- So, I win. Yeah.
Mm.
After all this time, Ryan, it's
Mm-hmm.
actually fucking vampires.
I never said it. It's
Ryan.
It's just a box of dirt.
Ryan!
Just a box of dirt.
Is Consecrate Soil still a spell in 5e?
No, don't think so. I think Consecrate might be.
I do think I can do it.
I think it's an action.
Not something I can spell.
Yeah, I was trying to work that out myself.
That I
Set.
do not remember
Crit.
to use my eyes when the Lord or Lady were around. It was only
Mm.
and Charles.
We even
Yeah.
made the joke when we first met. It's vampire.
Honestly, see, time in the house, like I literally I had ruled out vampire at that point. I was like, if anyone was going to be vampires, it'd be Uptera. And since they weren't, clearly no vampires.
Mm. I mean, who's to say the Bolems aren't the vampires?
It's possible. It might have been a very thoughtful gift, realizing that, we're inviting a vampire into our home, we better get her a nice coffin. Yeah. Right? Make her feel at home. But I suspect probably not.
Yeah, I don't think there is a consecration spell 5e. I don't know if we have one.
I thought it was like something like paladins and clerics can do, like, but it takes like I said, it's like an action and it takes time. But I might be wrong.
Let's see. How does consecration and desecration work in 5e?
Yeah, I just saw that Reddit post.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the Hallow spell. I knew it was something that was
Oh.
listed in somewhere, so it's in the Hallow spell. So I'll let you read that at your pleasure. So we've got Grave Mistakes as the name. Let's look at goals. What did we achieve?
Well,
Getting closer.
we haven't covered the box.
Well, we've attempted to.
Well, we could yet.
I mean, I didn't say it's in our control, right? Seemingly.
I mean, you weren't all killed by a direwolf man, so that was probably a good boon.
Positives. Small
Very
things.
An attempt to recover the box from cave, though, it still means you just need to then get it. Like,
Oh, okay.
as we stated last time, that does involve the actual attempt of getting out. Right now, you have successfully opened it, there has been
Pretty
no
sure
attempt to recover.
Pretty sure we've got the first one.
Okay, what is it?
So the connection between the families is that all of them are cursed, not just the losing families are cursed. The Uptera probably stole it because the Calastris knew that Tanan were also cursed. So Uptera probably were also aware of the curse, maybe even share it, hence the coffin, right?
Mhm.
As a result, they stole it to fuck over the Tanans, right? So clearly, it was an attempt to prevent them from, having something that they would require to bring another into fold. Or at least this is currently Vanger's thinking, because Vanger is aware of the undead,
Mhm.
and not quite as rabidly aware of them as some former party members. But he definitely knows of the scourge of the vampires.
Mm.
Did you hear the Y in that pronunciation, guys? Just so that.
Mhm.
Yeah, like that's to my mind. I know now. Okay, Uptera stole it because they knew what it was, because they know what's happening with, or at least they know that the curse is in effect on the Tanans. They might not know the specific details of what they're calling themselves at the moment,
Mhm.
but they know that Noah and Glint are
Mhm.
actually not Noah and Glint, and they might not even have been their parents. They probably are, because that seems to be about when the curse originates. But they could be older than that. So I feel like, yeah, I feel like we've got a hand on why it would be stolen and how they would go to steal it.
Where
Okay.
does the Thakis think?
The Sake are the one thing that I don't know the specifics of yet, but we know that they took over the house of one of the families. We know that they ended up they sort of started off as was siding with the winning team, and we have to assume they're also cursed now too. So it's true that we don't quite know what their involvement in it all is, other than there was some sort of attempt to marry Lady Thaki that sounded like it didn't go down terribly well with her family, but we're not quite sure why or how.
Mhm.
Other than that her dad got in a
Biggest
duel as
biggest Scanross, yeah.
Was it like a, I am defending my daughter's honor? How dare this rogue from a lesser house try and marry her?
Yeah,
Was
I think you did research enough to put together that like the last of the Upteras did try and court young Thaki.
Yeah.
And Scanross was like, no. And then
Yeah.
there was a duel.
We know that was in the records, but we don't know what exactly instigated it.
Mhm.
But I think
Just convenient that they seem to end up with this property.
yeah, isn't it?
Mm.
Like they got the benefits of merging the two houses without actually having to do it.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think I will say there is a fair point to be made that like yeah, we don't know what Thaki's full part in this is yet, but we have an idea, and we definitely know why it was that the box was significant enough for one of the other families to feel the need to steal it.
Okay.
I don't know how much more we're going to be able to figure out about them.
What about
Right?
Dylan or Alexander? How do you feel about that? Do you have anything more to add to what Collins put so far, or any varying opinions to what Collins put?
Mm,
Like, if you had to
Not
explain
really.
the Thaki Uptera Calastris Tonan connection to Box, how would you align them?
I would postulate that there isn't a connection with the Thakis.
Possible.
That they are simply just another group that I disagree that with Colin's assessment that they may be cursed. I just don't think they're involved that much. Would be my main difference in opinion. Other than that, I think yeah, Colin hit it on the head.
Any variations, Dylan?
I agree. I don't think Thaki's involved. I guess in my opinion, the only reason the Upteras took the box was just because they wanted to loot it, essentially. Like, it's possible they knew that it was something important, but unless my very credible information bureau got leaked, then I would say that it was just dumb chance.
Were you talking loudly near some bats?
Maybe.
It's possible, but I definitely think. Look at it this way: he slept in a coffin too,
Mm.
and he knew about the family who it was belonging to, right? He would know what Tanans were and who they were, and like even if it wasn't deliberately targeted, he'd know what it was. And the fact that he then decided, what I really need to do is steal this extremely heavy box of dirt,
Hmm.
like that suggests to me a degree of intent. But you are right. We don't know that.
So what
But
does the
I'm
box represent? Not so much the, but why were you asked to get it in the first place?
the gift.
Mm.
He needs it for the wedding.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just a vanity gift. He needs it for that date.
And he needs it because he's going to make her into a vampire.
No, I think he's going to turn, because I think Noah is actually the father,
Oh yeah.
Glenn.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I think they just need a new host for every generation.
It's interesting you say host. Because
I mean, they very well could be vampires, and I could just be wrong, but I bet you Glint is like, they just kind of soul hop, if you will.
Interesting. Ghost vampires, you say?
Yes.
Hmm.
I think I know where you're coming from in that it doesn't seem that he would go to that much effort to turn Sarah into a vampire.
Hmm.
However, if she already was a vampire, that would sort of meta make sense to me if they're bringing the graveyard dirt from where she was buried. But that doesn't really fit into anything that we know so far.
Where did
Because
I
how
get the
does-
package from?
Because how does Cantor, right? How does Cantor
Mhm.
factor in? Also, the package was delivered from Torque. It was moved
Is
from
that where
Torque.
they're from?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. The Belem estate is in
Well,
Torque.
shit, maybe the Balems are just vampires.
How do you feel about Cantor Belem?
well, he seems to be a paladin, so I don't think he's a vampire.
He's too much of an idiot.
Remember, he follows Astarte, or whatever her name was.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he definitely some kind of like cleric-y vibed, or paladin-y vibed man, yes. A champion of Astarte.
She didn't come across as very vampiric, but then
Mm.
sometimes they don't. You know, sometimes they're subtle like that.
But she wasn't outside.
Who's this, who are we talking about now?
What I would say
About-
is the idea of right. I don't think she's already a vampire because if she were, she would have needed that already. If she's going to need it at all.
Also, keep in mind, she did travel from Torque
Yeah.
to Evershade, and only Evershade's the shady place. Literally with shade. Which means, if she was a vampire, she'd always have, like, maybe a parasol? Lots of sunblock.
As I say, like if she needs to sleep in a bed of her own like native soil, then she must already be doing that. Unless she doesn't need to do it yet,
Mm.
because she's not a vampire yet.
But
that-
if Glint and
Noah.
Noah are already an item, then it doesn't quite flow to me that he would need to find another immortal bride.
Right, you're correct that you wouldn't need to find like another partner, but if he is genuinely trying to marry the houses, then the thing about mortals is they expire.
But he doesn't need her to survive past joining the family.
Okay, so she joins the family. The families are merged. They have no heirs. and then everything falls to Cantor? Surely?
'Cause remember, Sarah said she was doing this to protect Cantor and the house, Belem.
Mhm.
Like, what
She
What-
could be lying.
if
Yeah,
he doesn't
fair.
have heirs? And obviously, if he's a vampire, he can't. But if he makes her immortal, she can fake being her own daughter in a generation's time, say.
But so could Glint.
So can Glenn fake being her daughter. Yeah, true. But it might be a bit easier if it does genuinely look like her, right? I don't know. I don't know. But to me, I just don't see.
To me, to sort of circle back to the main point, if we substituted Thaki with Balem, then we wouldn't have the full picture there. I think we've got most of the link between Optera, Calastris, and Tanan, but that fourth one isn't quite correct. And if we were to substitute with Balem, that would probably be more pertinent.
Okay, so who thinks Thaki's involved? Yes or no? I guess, because there's 3 of you, so the vote's going to be easy.
Not really, because I'm uncertain.
No, but I mean, they
What
might
do you
both
mean
vote the same.
involved?
Abstain. Just kidding.
Well, with the box, right? Because it's a specific goal about Tanan's connection to the
Mm.
box, or not Tanan, but like those houses and the box. So,
Yeah, it could be that we just all think they are not. I suppose it's true.
right? So, Dylan, let's start with you. Thaki, yay or nay?
Nay.
Fleabite?
Nay.
Or Alexander, I guess I should say. Nay?
Go with
Was that a nay?
Twas.
Fanger?
Uncertain.
Okay, Colin. Okay,
But look, I am who I am.
let's go through it now with a. Okay, if not Thaki, then, 'cause that's 2 to 1 in like, again, not to say that's the way we're doing this system, but 2 don't think it is that. Is Belem the other name?
I don't think the Balems have anything to do with it.
It does
Even
have
though
her
it
name
came
on it.
from Torque.
She's going to receive it though, so of course it's her name in it. It's her gift.
Well, then it sounds like she's got a connection.
Yeah, the connection being that it's her gift, right? But she's not actually got it yet. She seemed not to know about it. She could have been lying. Obviously.
But it doesn't negate the fact that there might be a connection to it, I think is what Alexander's trying to say.
Sure.
So I think going back down the list, Dylan, would you swap out Thaki for Belem, yea or nay?
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I mean, there's too much that points to her knowing about it, or the Bellum family knowing about it. It came from Torque. Why else would it come from Torque?
Because if she's
It's
a
got her
vampire,
name on it.
she needs her home soil. Her home soil is Torque.
Maybe it this is a thing where it could either be that
So let me just step in there though. But then, Colin, that does mean that she does have a indirect connection to the box. So not necessarily she's like, wink, I'm in on it, but at least.
I'm not saying the box has nothing to do with her, but like this was a goal that of something we're supposed to.
But what I mean
discover.
is, do you think there's more of a connection between Sarah and the box, or the Belems in the box versus Thaki and the box? Is really what we're discussing.
I don't know if there's a connection between. Right. See, that's the thing, because if you're thinking about it in terms of like a goal, to me, it's about something you can uncover.
Right.
I don't think there's anything more to uncover about the connection between the box and the Belems. I think the connection is exactly what we thought it was when we were given the quest, which is she's going to get it.
Okay, right. So if that's the phrase, right? Looking at this goal, Thaki, Optera, Calastris, Tonan connection to box.
we just change the goal to
But are
find
you-
out who's
Well, no, 'cause-
connected to.
No, because what we're really asking is, are you happy with what you have solved related to the connection? Like, what is the plan now? Really, is the best way to judge if that's completed? Because
No,
really,
I want to learn more.
okay, in what way? But you learning more doesn't necessarily mean that it hasn't been completed, right? Because ultimately, that's just, can you now just hand this box over and walk away? I don't mean will he still be happy that you've opened it, but more a case of, are you happy with what you've learned of Thaki and the box, and Optera and the box, and Calastris and the box, and Tonan and the box? Or that doesn't mean you couldn't then go explore House Belem's connection to the box, for example. Does that make sense? but it just depends on how you feel, because it kind of sounds like it might and might not be complete, that goal. Because I don't know if you can complete it the way you might have worded it. It might need tweaked. But it sounds like we're all on different pages, I think, currently, with our thinking. So I think we can all agree that obviously it seems like Sarah, who has clearly a post-wedding name on it, right? Which was Lady Sarah Tonan. Then we don't even really need to talk about that, ultimately. We can read into it later, but ultimately at the moment it doesn't really weigh in on a decision-making process. It's just, can we safely say what connections have been made with the box? So you don't really believe Calastris are related to the box, other than the fact that the families seem cursed.
No, they're not directly related to it. I think we've ruled out their involvement. The only one who really could have been involved seems not to be aware of it.
Do we think do the other two agree? Do we think that's the... Are we on the same page with Calastris, or do we have differing opinions? What's the thoughts?
Yeah, if he wanted to do something about it, he could have.
Yeah, literally this session, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's happy saying Calastris doesn't give a fuck about the box.
Agreed.
Cool. Upterra. Right, so we know Colin's thoughts on Upterra about the box. He clearly had enough information and the ability to intercept it and basically screw over the Tonans, was the very paraphrasing of what he said. Are we on the same page with Upterra or not? The other two. Dale and Alexander. Or do we think there's...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only thing Alexander would add is that Cynthia told Fleabite that Optera intercepted the box.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I may be reading too much into that choice of words, but intercepted to me sounds like he knew where it was going, and it wasn't just a happenstance that he was reading, things and.
Does Fleabite believe Cynthia?
Yeah.
Then Fleabite agrees with Vanger.
Cool.
Right, that makes sense.
I also like how you used Alexander. Referenced yourself in the third person.
I have many names.
I am the name conglomerate.
Dylan would be inclined to agree.
Ryan's very disturbed by all of this. But, okay, right. Thaki we come back to, right? So, I believe Dylan and Alexander both said you don't think Thaki has anything to do with the box.
Correct.
Come back to you, Colin. What's your thoughts on Thaki with the box?
I think there's a chance there is completely unconnected from it as Calastris was.
Okay.
I think it's unlikely that they would know nothing of it, right? I think if you showed one of them, they would go, "Oh, right, yeah." I think they would similarly be in a position.
Right, well, let's look at the Thakis you know of, right? You know of Izazith Thaki. So, do you think she had anything to do with the box?
I don't think she was directly involved.
Okay. That sounds like you basically all agree. To be honest. Which means I would say that goal's done.
Okay.
But it gives you the freedom to rework it now.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody move it over. But I knew it was going to be a complicated one to resolve. Put it that way. I knew that when you wrote it. And it kept getting more complicated as more names get added in. But, yeah.
So I think as I originally wrote it, it was like uncover Optera Calastris connection to what's something.
I think Uncover get replaced with Thaki.
Yeah. I think uncover is an important part of it because, to me, the Bellum connection, unless we have some reason to think that Sarah Bellum has foreknowledge of this, then everything that we've seen so far is in line with the idea she's going to receive it as a wedding gift.
Mm.
As weird as it is, and as dodgy as that might be in its implication.
I'll just make myself some notes for my actual ongoing plot.
Write that down. Write that down.
No, it's mostly just I need to write down what you have agreed to, based on your thought processes, so I can correct you or correct myself later. Because mostly you think Calastris and Thaki weren't involved. Mostly.
I don't think I don't think they're involved in this specific instance. I think obviously there's a connection between all those houses going way back
Mhm.
that relates to this, but that's background.
I know. I feel like I need to go back and rewatch that one because I'm like, why were the Calastris and I thought the Calastris and the Opteras were sort of on the same side.
At one point,
And then both exiled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they still have a common enemy, and at one point they had common cause, and then they killed each other.
I don't know how they ended up losing, right? It might not have just been that duel. They might have turned on each other. They
It'd be worth revisiting that session, to be fair. I definitely think it wouldn't hurt to go back and listen to exactly what I said. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on now. So, attempt to recover Box Wraith, that's still ongoing, we know this. Complete the Twin End job, well. Uncover the Noah Glint secret, how do we feel about that? How's that going?
progress.
Yeah, because I mean, let's face it, Iruku definitely had opinions about the Twin Ends. Not necessarily knowing Glint at all, though, but yeah. At least they're
That leads us down a thought line of them just being the same people.
yeah, because he referred to Glyn and Noana, and their eldest that was not Noah and Glint. But he didn't know the eldest name because it, probably happened during his exile. Who knows? Okay. So that's still ongoing then. Right. Personal goals. Deface Lord Twinan. Not yet. Still keeping it?
Yeah, we're getting closer.
I mean, you say that, but what if we reveal him as a vampire and it turns out like 73% of the population are vampires and like.
Well, then I have defaced them to 25%.
Okay.
So long as those 25 say, no, he's got it. It's his goal.
He's got it.
Do you still go meta for a moment? Okay. Fleabite?
I think Fleabite acquired some more bad bits.
Yeah. Take your cheap goal. You take your pay goal. Before you got a significant amount of bad bits.
Is that 500 XP?
We're not on that part yet. We now have loads of empty spaces for goals now. So
Yeah, and I didn't come up with the one last time, so
we have 2 general goals to fill. So what is the most immediate thing next, other than staring into a coffin full of dirt?
find out if they're vampires. And
What's the plan? Walk in with crosses from a religion that doesn't exist in this world?
holy stuff works.
Yeah.
And I'm plenty holy.
Just throw Vanger at him. I mean, don't you literally have like eyes of the grave, right?
Yeah.
So, where's the challenge in that?
I could. Here's a thought. I could just turn undead in front of them and see if they run away.
I still hate the wording of that spell. I just hate it because it just sounds like you immediately just turn into like a zombie.
Like
That's actually what I thought you meant at first.
No, it's because it means
Then I
turn away
remembered.
undead. It just needed that
Yeah.
one extra word to really work without any possible confusion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff you could do.
other night that said like you phrase it as repel undead and it'd keep
Or like rebuke undead, right?
I kind of like turn on.
It's because it's like a classic title now, it'll never change. But it really should be turn in brackets away, close brackets, undead. Just so as people don't get confused with transmorphing spells. Okay, so we still have 2 empty goal slots. So confirming there are vampires, given Vanger's literal abilities that involve no challenge.
Yeah.
But what can you do by confirming they're vampires? Also, what does it do for you guys?
I mean, it would mean we have new enemies.
Yeah. I think the situation in Evershade is pretty dodgy, right? It's weird, like the old outside villages are fucked, everything's dark. It definitely,
There's no invaders as well.
yeah. It's as nice as that might be, if it's because they're under the thumb of a vampirocracy, then
A bloodigarchy.
I think Vanguard would feel obligated to do something about it.
Hmm.
I don't know how obligated others would feel.
I know who probably wouldn't hate chat like that. Your wolf friend.
Yeah?
I mean, he definitely didn't sound like he liked the Tonans, did he? If you were saying down with the Tonans.
I mean, look, I think we might need to catch up with him.
He was limping. He ain't gonna have walked that far, let's face it. So, it just depends if you want to supplant maybe vampires with a definite direwolf. It's interesting. Okay, so, goals. What's the thoughts? Dylan, what are your thoughts? What's the next thing for Cass? What does she see in the party's immediate future?
Find out what to do with the Tonans.
That is, like, in what way? Like, what does that mean?
Are we going to war with them? Are we, just letting them do their thing, then leave?
Because really that's covered by Uncover the Noah Glint secret, really. Right?
Mhm.
Along with Attempt to Recover Box and Complete the Tonan job. So it is really a case of what is the plan for the group? Is it to just essentially politically set fire to Evershade and leave?
Not worried about that. I can do that.
I mean, I understand, but again, this is what I mean. Like, this is just up to you guys. Like, what is the plan? Because there's no point really caring about that if you don't give a fuck,
Mhm.
right?
I think. Because then we need to try and find out how the hell we get to Barris, right?
Mm.
Mhm.
And the hope was that Tonans were going to help you.
Yeah.
Was it the hope that just Tanan money would help us, or do we think that they know something?
I thought there was a very good chance that they, being the establishment in the city, might know more than anyone else.
Yeah. The assumption is if MD can help, it will be the Tonans. Yes. You can also read between the lines and assume maybe why somebody else's adventure didn't work because they didn't necessarily have the blessings of a certain house. That would be the Eric house. That you may remember is a bit in disrepute. Fleabag might not
Who?
remember this because I think you were in Pamperland at that point.
Eric on the throne.
That would be amazing. Utur Eric, Lord of all of Evershade.
Or we help. Fuck. Charleston. What?
Stobart, yeah.
Right. Here's a thought. Help Charleston reclaim his house.
Charleston's probably just one of them, or he's probably their kid. He's probably the eldest,
He is, yeah, but then
Yeah.
he'd probably be.
and he's serving them because he's the kid to the parents.
He probably doesn't want to be the elderly servant to his eternally young parents.
I don't know, how much do you think he's in on it?
Probably a good deal.
But he was being the servant.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't just doing that for show when we turned up.
He did genuinely seem to, yeah. Like it didn't seem like it was just play acting. And he is older than them, right? So he's clearly not immortal, or if he is, he's not been made immortal until recently. I know he's also not getting to bear the name, right?
Mhm.
He's not only acting as a servant, he's seen as the servant. So what does he get out of that relationship? He might just be completely loyal. That's entirely possible. I'm not saying that I don't think that isn't even an option, because it totally is. But I have to imagine that chafes.
Yeah,
Guys,
I
the
think-
visual comparison between Noah and Stobart.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to look for anything like facial recognition or anything, just merely the fact that it's one's clearly older than the other.
Yeah.
So there's clearly not exactly a shared benefits system going on, if yous are correct. God, no, it's so handsome. So we've got help Charleston, reclaim his house, unless he's in it. Okay. That kind of sounds almost like two goals.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I feel like that's fine. It's fine as it is.
I mean, we can split it up easy.
Can't remember how I spelled Charleston, but that just looked wrong the way it was. Maybe it was right the way it was before. But regardless of that. Yeah, the... Yeah. How do people feel as players, right? Because obviously these are the players. What's the thoughts on reclaiming the house for Charleston, if that is indeed what the hell's going on?
Would be fun with me.
Because obviously in the meta, as players, we know there's two sets of twin ends.
Yeah.
So what does that even mean?
Well, they did seem to be the same people, right? They didn't seem to be like actors.
I mean,
Or
you've got Adair's roles to go on for that.
I am fairly confident that those were like two copies of people, so that suggests that either they're able to do some sort of astral projection-y thingy,
Yeah, I'll be right back.
or they literally are like just people in some way. Like, I don't see how that can make sense. I think it would have to be either Asian or some sort of projection or illusion. And I'm leaning towards projection or illusion because vampires.
And that would sidestep any potential problems of being outside, if that was something that they were used to doing.
Fair point.
Interesting. Okay. So, how do you feel about that Fleabite that helped Charleston reclaim his house? Or are you just not fussed?
I think the angle that Fleabite would be most fussed on is tearing down Noah and Glint.
Right.
Like, who takes over after them? But there's definitely an angle for getting involved there. I think sort of what I was hinting on tonight was that, you know, we do kind of have a job to do, and we are here kind of for a bigger purpose. And whoever is in charge of this place isn't hugely high on the list, but I think we've got time to be to doing other things. So I'm not against it on that sense.
It's definitely a concern because obviously Banger is doing this as a means to an end, but I think the way he would look at it is, well, if they're, you know, evil masters of the undead, then clearly we just get rid of them and claim their secrets because they are unholy abominations that prey in the weak.
To be succinct, yeah.
Not their character.
Yeah, not at all. Is this when you find that other character just in their basement? Yeah.
I mean, could have been a psyop. Vampire all along.
Okay.
But yeah, I think as long as we keep in mind using, that there is an end point of, taking them down and then using what whoever is left knows.
Okay. Interesting. I know it's not been said yet, but how do we feel about Von Rune?
He's up to something. But I have no idea what.
The Alexander.
Yeah, I feel
Hmm.
like perhaps not worth getting too caught up in.
Okay.
In the potential, like the cost benefits analysis.
Well, let's have a look at everything that's been involved in the Von Rune since Evershade vibe, right? And we're gonna just put Cynthia in a box and just pretend that none of that happened for a bit to make as much sense of this as possible. But Von Rune did point Vanger towards the family tree.
Back.
Welcome back. We're currently just discussing the thoughts on Von Rune currently,
Okay.
based on what you may or may not have learned about Von Rune's interference in the cave situation.
I hear he's a jerk.
And but yeah, so like keep in mind, like he did point Vanger, laid all the books out to basically go, maybe there's something to find in all these books, specifically this page here. You know, and then he left, used to it. And yeah, obviously recovered you guys from the cave, right? There was that. Hasn't just killed Xarxes. Um,
That we know of.
And yet seemed to claim to have killed Optera.
Yeah, it's interesting that he clearly. Yeah.
So that's interesting. So has attended the wedding, helped you guys, pointed you guys out in the direction of suspicion and answers, and possibly more questions, after saving you guys from a cave. As well.
Yeah.
Because that only happened after. Which is weird.
Definitely, it does seem like there's a possible interpretation where, yeah, he has been sort of trying to guide us to undermine finance. Right? Because you could definitely see unveiling that information is going to be make us more suspicious of them, and perhaps if we understand a bit more, which it seems like he does, I have to imagine he would realize some of the party might not be too fond of what they appear to be. So saving us, right? Not bringing back the box, though. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I do not have a
Yeah, because I think
clue.
his wording for that was when you're like, "Oh, did you notice a box?" When he was like, "I was there for use," basically.
Yeah.
He never quite said it that way, but the equivalent was, "I was asked to help use, not find a box."
Which was appreciated
Mhm,
and
mhm.
what have you, but I do think there was definitely a sense to me that, like, if he had wanted to discover that there, he would.
It's reasonable to assume if he went there with or without rune bots, then they probably searched the whole place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which means, if that is the case and he's believed this, he's left it there deliberately.
Which I'm inclined to think maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Clearly, the image thing suggests there's some sort of connection there, but then it could just be his mum.
Oh, you mean Fleabite's inability to reproduce an image of him?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It might just be copyright law.
Yeah.
Just Disney.
This comes up that the FBI have shut down this website. Your browser doesn't have enough VPN privileges. Yeah. But that's something to explore, We definitely know Fleabite and Cynthia are entwined a little. Okay, so we have one more goal slot then. Also, Dylan, I assume you were happy to help Charleston reclaim his house?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Cool. Any thoughts on what the next general goal could be then? Because ultimately, right, let's
they'd probably fall back to Boris, right?
Well, the hope is that I think that's what Alexander was getting at, was whoever is left after the dust settles needs to be the one we are expecting to give us help to get to Barris. So
Which
yeah.
that might be another reason to hope it's Charleston, because if he's already in with the ruling family, he won't have to.
Yeah, play catch up. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll already be in the loop to a degree that someone who was coming in completely new would.
And seems to get on well with at least Xarxes, right? And Adair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably the only like NPC other than Falcon that likes Xarxes.
Hey, I mean, Madame Morale doesn't have an issue with you. You did quite well by her, right? She gave you a room. You got her some business, and you got her an employee.
Yeah.
Right, you're doing pretty well.
That's a 2. Cool.
If you'd asked her to the theatre, maybe she'd have said yes. So yeah, and John Gateman doesn't exactly hate you. So yeah, that's an interesting one. So Charleston's not a terrible option to get back on there, and then assumedly, if that was against his will, then you're doing right by him, and thus he will feel like he owes you. ... blah blah blah.
But if
Okay.
he's just loyal to his vampire parents, then he might be quite upset.
Okay. What else is next on the list of stuff you want to do? Because obviously we understand that. Let's say we get the box back. Are you going to try and cash it in? Is that the plan? Is it like have Vanger hide in the box, tip out half the dirt, hide Vanger in the box, give box in, and as soon as the box opens, have him cast Turn Undead instantaneously on the first person that opens it? Like,
They could probably, they would be powerful.
I've also just heard worse plans in RP. That's all.
I mean, yeah.
But what's the group's plan? Like, are you just going to turn up with the box and go, "We found it, thanks for the job,"
I don't know.
or are you not going to hand it back?
Maybe for the sake of the subterfuge aspect, it might be worth doing. But then, are we basically guaranteeing what will happen?
Mm.
An unfortunate end for Cerebellum.
Mm. And something else to consider, and completely unrelated and in the meta. Maybe if you're going to make a move on the Tonans in an aggressive way, maybe we'll wait till maybe your roster is padded out a bit.
I know, we have everything we need right.
Yeah, interesting to see. So, I think that's something you need to kind of answer fairly soon, right, guys? Are you going to give the box and get complete the quest? Air quotes. Is that the plan, Dylan? Is that still the plan? Hand box back to Tonans?
We
no.
probably have to discuss it.
Yeah, it's definitely something we can discuss in character at the start of next session.
Yeah, but as a player, it's also good to know what way you fall, right? Because you'll be discussing from an angle. So, do you have any issue to not give
sure
it?
How to feel.
Okay. Do you have a specifically strong reason as to why you wouldn't give them the box?
I mean, so out of character, I don't know enough about 5e vampires to know what all of it's important for.
Also, you just wouldn't know about vampires in general. It's not a common subject.
Out of character.
In character, though, as well. So that can't really influence your character's information, right?
Yeah.
Right? That's metagaming.
Yeah.
So, keep in mind, Colin's just saying what he knows from vampire lore, not 5e.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about 5e vampires.
But I mean, it's going to change everything once I, depending on what Wenger shares. Because I assume Wenger is the one who knows most of this.
I think there'd be some rules required, but you would definitely know a little bit about the undead, because he has specific anti-undead abilities and opinions on the undead, and actually later on we'll get the ability to create some undead. Although that is flavoured as being like a true spore powers thing.
But yeah, so ultimately though, I feel like you do have everything you need to do to answer is your intentions to hand Box back to complete quest or not? Because you don't need to really know anything about vampires, because right now that's just complete speculation in the player scope. It is literally a coffin full of dirt.
So if you're asking if Cass would
Mhm.
turn a box, like a box with dirt, into
A box
uh,
with a coffin in it, full of
the
dirt.
coffin in it,
Mhm.
yeah,
That says
I
Lady
wouldn't have a
Sarah
problem.
Tonan.
I would probably just give it.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask, ignoring the dirt part and all the ravings of vampirism from Colin, sounds like, regardless, if he needs this for the wedding, he intends to put Sarah Tonan post-wedding in a box that sounds like he's just going to kill her and bury her. Right? Ignoring any vampire bullshit.
Potentially.
So,
He
because I feel like
could just have a weird sense of like,
romance. Who
we're
says
gonna be
romance is
together
dead?
till death.
True.
Like,
Yeah.
Like, I'm making your coffin already because I know that this will be your last name for the rest of your life.
Then kills her, obviously.
And then kills her. Obvious. But, you know, there's deniable evidence.
Uh-huh. Okay. But can you see what I mean by like that viewpoint would exist in
Yeah.
a normal brain in a world full of fantasy nonsense? Okay. But you're happy to give the box over, as it stands now.
I think so.
Okay, that's fine. Fleabite.
Yeah. Like, as I sort of said, Fleabite isn't that involved with the whole
Mhm.
operation. It's just sort of tagging along
Yeah.
with Vanger. And I guess
But Alexander, you're the main character. We're tagging along with you.
I think OG character is a very different statement to main character, yes.
I stand by what I said.
I know you might.
I think given right now, Fleabite would be inclined to still try and give the box back, but would follow Vanger's lead.
Fair. Vanger? Colin? It's tough, isn't it, that one? But like...
I don't know. I suppose my question is, what the hell do we do if we don't give it back?
Mhm.
Do we potentially give ourselves away? You know?
War.
Yeah. Are we in any position to attack them right now? Is it actually going to prevent his plans, or is it just going to slightly delay
Drag it
them?
to Eversun Isle.
Here, like, I think we'll need to do some rolls to see just how much Vanguard actually.
Yeah, can actually quantify about vampires, yeah.
Because I don't know, you know, it's not something I included in his backstory that he was a
Mhm.
vampire or anything like that. He's just
Damn you,
someone who-
Walter.
Yeah. Shame we don't have one of those.
It's an ideal time.
Mhm.
I do think seriously that if we're not for and helping Tanan, then we are against.
Oh yeah, agreed.
And that if he thought there was a loose end there, he would be sending people to tie up that loose end, and our only way out of that would be to tie up his loose end.
I kind of think in the short term at least we kind of have to play ball with him.
Mhm.
Vanger's not going to like it, but
If nothing
I
else,
don't
it doesn't immediately burn all the bridges, right?
yeah, I don't think he's stupid enough to like just run back to town screaming vampires.
So everybody goes, of course we're all vampires. You've noticed the fangs and everything. Oh dear.
That there wasn't any mirror shops.
So yeah, I think we kind of have to, as I say, I do feel
Because obviously there are two big goals there, really, that depend on that, quite frankly. So that's why I want to bring it up, because
yeah,
obviously you would have had the scope to have left it under like Richiro's awkward protection, if you weren't going to give it back and just say, oh, we couldn't get it from him, and that would have been like plausible deniability. You could always ask your wolf friend to like take it somewhere and do whatever the hell, right? Arguably just destroy it. Like, it's up to you. So you've got loads of scope to do it. You have agency, as you know, in this type of game. But yeah, as Alexander points out, it is a, are we for the Tonan or against the Tonan? And that's a very good statement. Especially the way like we know he spoke to Xarxes about, don't ever use my name again or I'll kill you with my bare hands.
I just think we sort of need to probably play for time here. And making an enemy of him is probably something we don't want to do right up until the point at which we have to. But again, like, well, what are the consequences of handing this over going to be?
Like, even Fleabite has some sway with 2 Von runes, never mind 1. Because remember, Fleabite, pledged to Rictor, and him and Cynthia definitely have some interesting chats with each other. So if you were looking for any allies, there's always other people you can always seek out first, if need be.
Well, I mean, that's... I'm torn.
I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying their airship is still above the bloody city, so it will be for the winning.
I do feel like on some level, if we come back without that, there's just... there are going to be some sort of consequences. Tell you what those be. And maybe we need to hold off and be a bit more prepared for when this inevitably blows up. But
there's an idea. Pack the coffin full of bombs.
Yeah, it can make a bomb, but then how many of the people are actually going to be vampires?
A silver bomb.
I love the idea that you set the bomb off and the only person that walks out is just Von Ryn going, well, that was exciting.
So yeah, I'm torn as to what we do here. I think
that's fair, right? Okay. Do you have something unrelated but yet goalable that you can do? For example, is there going to be any follow-up with Calastris?
should be. I think it'd be a useful ally.
Okay, so is that make an ally of Calastris as a goal for now? Because at least it fills the slot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Unless you want nothing more to do with them, then yeah, may as well not. But it's still something. Because I think you're still a bit away from the Prepare for Barris collection of goals.
I think obviously depending exactly what role in that, like there's a question of exactly how aware we are. But I definitely think it's a coffin full of dirt. I've already got suspicions that they are not what they seem. That potentially that they have increased longevity. And also the night thing, right? This isn't the first time in this city that Vanger's thought, these vampires. It's not even the first time with this family. And then he happened to use his abilities in the one person that probably isn't a fucking vampire. So I don't think it's unreasonable for Vanger, even if he isn't like aware of specific vampire properties, like mechanics that would make this something that they would need. He would still seem very vampire-y.
That'll definitely be easier to deal with mentally than the mental gymnastics you're doing, because we'll find out what Vanger knows next session, which is good.
But I think like that definitely would mean either way he would probably think, okay, well, we need some sort of allies again. Clearly they're up to something horrible. So I think like either way, like yeah, it makes sense to bring them in.
Depending on your opinions of Thaki could still be an angle.
Sure.
Right? I'd just be screaming about your,
fucking
roguish. Yeah.
Yeah, Thaki possibly. Something worth exploring. She'll probably want to speak to us, I would think.
Where
And
the
we could-
hell's my date? Yeah.
We could bring the box back and then find some way to disturb events so that they can't go through with it. Like,
Mm.
you know, we could find some way to get Sarah out. We could.
So
Yeah,
now the goal goes back to kidnap Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it might, yeah.
I mean, again, if
Kind of what I thought we were doing before. And you guys went in and just let her stay.
We thought we'd ruled out the vampires being
to be fair,
vampires.
Fleabite, if
Yeah,
you'd went in
But Ed-
like a brave rat, you could just have pushed her in the bag of holding.
And then killed her.
Or she's a vampire and you have to invite her into the bag of holding. I don't know how it works.
Not like that, I think.
Mm.
To be honest,
Turn up at the door.
So,
I've got a silver chain and
right, we've got some goal ideas in, right? We've got some goal ideas in. So is it make an ally of Iriku, Calastris? Is it check in with Thaki? Or is it kidnap Sarah?
I think Lastrus is first because we have to deal with that before we go back,
Hmm.
surely. Because it doesn't. It would be a hell of a way out or fucking way to be doing
Yeah.
that after we go back.
Luckily though, Fleabite likely knows where he's going to go. So that is at least a boon. Okay, cool. That's at least goal slotted. Is there any changes to the personal goals given everything we've just come up with?
No.
Sorry, I love the two. Though that's ridiculous. Okay, establish a place to lay low. What are you thinking?
So I was thinking, kind of regardless of, like if we were to be handing in the box, then Fleabite isn't actually going to be part of the handing in box party.
Okay.
And, during the whole wedding thing, probably not a good idea for Fleabite to be turning up to that. So Fleabite might just like a nice little place that he can lay low.
Okay. Not being part of things isn't a goal.
No, but finding a place to live.
Yeah, no, I was more meaning like trying to establish something so that also
Safe house.
Yeah, so also Madame Emerald isn't the one getting the dawn raid.
Okay.
Or the Dusk Raid.
So is that establish alibi to avoid having anything to do with the Twin Ends? Because it sounds more like that. Because obviously you don't really want to ever cross Glint again. That's
Cross
what it is.
paths with, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That, but also just specifically having a place in this, a bolt place in the city would be useful.
Okay, how are you going to go about that? Like, what's your immediate
I was thinking
instinct?
something in the sewer.
Okay.
Because after it was raised a few sections ago, I was like, oh yeah, that would be kind of interesting.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know the level of challenge versus just finding a sewer, right? But we'll see how that goes. I can't guarantee it's a valid goal at the moment. But we'll see how it goes. And we have Vanger's prepare for vampire hunting.
Yeah, I think we need to prepare for vampire hunting
Okay.
because of vampires. There may not be vampires, but at the moment, that could change. But at the moment, my
I
instinct.
think it's a prepare for vampire hunting. Can you rephrase that to a create anti-vampire plan? I think that's more definitive. Because I can sit and say, okay, what's your plan? And if there's been effort put towards actually making that happen, then we can quantify that. As opposed to
No.
just saying, because badly preparing for a vampire hunting is also too vague, right? So,
Okay.
or even just create anti-vampire plan is good enough.
Yeah.
It's just more definitive for me as a goal.
It wasn't really a plan I was thinking of, though. It was specifically more about gearing up with the anti-vampire.
Yes, but the plan would require the gear as well, if that makes sense. In the way I'm envisioning it, if that makes sense. It's not just the set out options, it is actually have everything. I guess prepare plan for. Yeah.
Plan?
Yes, sure, that'll do. But it involves getting the stuff too.
Plan?
The
Prepare
effort.
plan.
6 sessions later.
Yeah. 4 million sessions later. That's fine. Okay. I really want to put Rogue Demon Hunter in there, but that's fine. we'll deal with that. Okay, now XP wise, everybody gets how much? Do you know
What?
offhand?
500?
Why do you always say 500? Fuck off with your 500, Dylan. It's never 500.
What is it?
It's gonna
Okay.
be. It's
No,
gonna.
then
It's
clearly I
gonna be.
don't know.
It's gonna be 1200. You've completed 2 goals.
Oh, 2? Okay.
Yeah, look at the goals list. With your eyes.
Right. Both flea bites and the Optera
Yep.
connection, blah, 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 blah.
And you're level 6. So it's 600 per goal. Remember, it's 100 times your current level. So that's 1200, right?
Mhm.
So that's what you get. So what's our new total?
21,675.
There you go. Getting closer to that 23, guys.
Not too far off. No?
Yeah, not too far off at all. Definitely a nicer place to be going up against potentially the Twinans with a level 7 set, wouldn't it?
Yours.
Mm-hmm. Right. Trying to start us off with wrap-up chat there, Adair.
Adair?
Not Adair, sorry. I actually meant to say Vanger, but I don't know why I said Adair. It's because I was reading Adair left on my tracker sheet.
It's funny you said Adair, but I did think
Vanger?
Vanger.
Yeah, right.
That completely passed me by. I was like,
I'm glad I'm psychically channeling that to you. Yeah.
Genuinely was just like, no, didn't even register.
Well done, Dylan. You're awake.
I'm awake.
What's the week?
Vanger, sorry.
Is he? Hello. Yes. I'm now doing around.
Yeah.
I'm not awake. Yeah. So that was interesting.
Mhm.
We we got some progress. So that's always nice. But then the progress kind of took a bit of a step backwards because now we've opened the fucking thing. But opening the thing has potentially revealed some very important plot information. And excuse me, I have to ask, how much were you counting on us opening it?
It doesn't matter. It literally didn't matter to me if you did or didn't. Like, as a GM, I am fully aware you can and might choose not to open it. So,
You just had plans for both?
I mean, yeah, but I feel like it was like 90% guaranteed you would open it.
Yeah. So
'Cause
I've been saying it this entire time.
Like, yeah, but obviously there is. That's why I want those player agency moments just to sink in. So that's like, if some players are very vehemently, like 5 of the 6 players, for example, don't want it done, it probably shouldn't happen, right? But I'd like those moments to be highlighted. Going, do you care? Do you not care? So, but to me, it doesn't affect me. Not at all. So I wouldn't say I was particularly surprised, put it that way. But yeah, ultimately, the story will continue whether it has been opened or not. Obviously, it'll continue slightly differently than if it hadn't been.
anticipating that it would not continue as we are.
But I did say a couple of sessions back now, who knows how many now, but I did say that I made it very clear that you're unlikely to complete the quest, as it were.
Yeah.
If you open it. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
But besides that, like, that's just
Are
me
you
checkpointing it early. You're still welcome to do what you want.
So yeah, I honestly that's sort of why Vanger was kind of no, hold on.
There isn't exactly like, you're not like losing like you've sort of got like 10,000 gold reward or something, right? Like, there was no reward other than just, his favour, I guess.
And we have been paid throughout.
Mhm.
So yeah, like it's interesting, and I'm concerned. because I don't
Did you
know-
add your money, by the way, from the Friday and Saturday that we may as well just tick off now?
I wouldn't have received it yet, though, would I?
I mean, yeah. Because you went back to get the money from the case anyway, like the
That's
chest.
true.
So
You could-
ultimately, we
it'd
may as well just have it so I can write down you've been paid for Friday and Saturday.
and are you getting Adair's money now?
No.
be- no,
They were
that'd be
separate.
200.
180.
180, of course.
I think I paid for, yeah, for for Friday and
And
Saturday.
I'm getting my.
So
How much-
presumably, I either didn't meet. Well, the madame probably had taken it off whether or not she was there. I wonder if you noticed that Adair wasn't back. That's something we can perhaps come to later.
I think you can safely say that if, regardless of how you got the money, I think you can safely say you probably saw the other, secured pile of money, to let you know that he hadn't collected it at least. I can give you that much. That's easy enough to throw in narratively.
But at this point, I don't think we're particularly worried. We just think he's off gallivanting. Like
Yeah,
the
he's-
Rasputin he is.
Living the best life he is as he's settling into Evershed. Yeah. Any other thoughts then?
Yeah, no, exciting times ahead. I hope that we can. I hope that we can be more intact by the time that we have to actually put our plans, such as they may be, into action.
I understand. All you wannabe players out there understand. Yeah. Anything else, bud?
No, like it's actually like in terms of what we did, because a lot of it was kind of just going from A to B to like it was super.
It was high octane.
Yeah. It's good. Like there was some little review. And,
Bit of tension though, right? It was quite good for tension with the Calastris, right?
I mean, I was like slightly like, because obviously, yeah, one never knows what's going to happen when you're dealing with like something like that. Like it was, remember what happened with Optera, like where basically had we sort of backed down, he would have backed down, but we weren't going to back down. We didn't, I don't think until like things had gone seriously badly to realize just how bad it was. But also, like, I know how much health that guy has. I know I can do that damage. Plus, my character personality traits are like serene in the face of danger, right? So it wouldn't have made sense for Vanger to have been cowed. Because Vanger's like, listen, buddy, I have healed you up to this condition. I can drop you back down. He's not going to say that because he's not a dick, and he's not going to instigate a fight needlessly. But he did feel like, as scary as this thing is, we can handle ourselves.
Yeah, these are 3 level 6 characters, right? Like, that's not nothing. Definitely not. Even if one was knee deep in nails.
Worse things. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay, yeah, excellent. Cass?
It's nice to finally have opened the box.
Long in the tooth was that quest.
Yeah. I feel like that should be a free 500 points of experience.
No. I'll take 500 points off you specifically if that helps.
Yeah, fair enough. That was a good session. I thought it was fun to be able to ERP hide behind Fleabite.
Yeah, this thing half your size as you just stand behind it going, oh dear, what have you done? Why are we here? So you're like, it's okay, it's safe. Is it though? Yeah, it was good. Definitely good.
I'm glad no one stopped me from opening it. Because like you said, if anyone vehemently posed opening it, I probably wouldn't have. But
yeah, like it's good to have these moments though, because it's the type of thing where you realise that player agency and character agency both are valid in different ways. Because you want your characters to be able to do what is natural to them without player agency stepping over that, but also equally, you want your players to be happy with what their characters end up with. So I like to have those little moments to step aside and say, let's have that wee PAP moment where we discuss, he's gonna actually let this happen for the ultimate consequence, because I know that Cass will do this, but are we committing to this? Yeah, it's good. It's good to have those little chats.
Yeah. It should be interesting to see if we get Werewolf Boy on our side.
It depends what you have to offer, right? Or what you expect of them, quite frankly. Or you just push Fleabite forward with a note. Right? Please, sir.
That might be it.
Mhm. Interesting, but obviously he seems to have lost a lot of people, so bit on the back foot, as it were. And as obviously Colin pointed out, like not exactly tip-top health. So yeah, not in a great way. Anything else to add? Cass,
I think it was about it.
Grookit, and Fleabag.
Pour one out for my man Jack Human.
Right? Sadness.
Yeah.
So if it makes you feel better, I did roll for a lot of the outcomes of that scene purely because I know it would have been important to know who made it through. Yeah. So I had a sad moment many moons ago now when I did that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking in time. It's been 2 days since we were there.
Yeah.
Mm,
Essentially like 2 full days, maybe a tiny bit more than 2 days. Yeah.
I think it's just been 2 long rests, basically.
Mhm.
Uh, so, mm,
Yeah.
and I I have to say one of the things that I continuously get a kick out of is having dark vision and other people not. Just walking around being like, ooh, I can see a lot going on, and then walking past things and then thinking, oh wait, as Cass gets closer and closer to the giant corpses and being like, whoa, what's this? That amuses me.
It does apply some level of wonder to the game though, because obviously on a table it's harder to do that shit, which does suck. Because it's at a table, it's just me saying to Dylan, "You can't see this, by the way," and pointing at the thing he can't see, and that kind of sucks, right? Whereas at least Roll20 makes it a bit more exciting, where you actually just can't see it. Yeah, I do like the dynamic lighting for that reason. It is good for the mystery.
Yeah, I think that's curiouser. Like I think we had sort of already figured out the Clastress was that dude.
Mm.
But getting a bit more of the Tanan puzzle, or more pieces to that puzzle anyway. And yeah, I was wanting to ask, but then I also couldn't quite remember from the session. I was like, but I thought you guys were on the same side. And Fleabag might not really know that anyway, so yeah, see where this will be going.
Hopefully some of the mysteries, at least potentially, looking like there's links and it isn't just a mishmash of random words I've said over time. Because
I don't think you ever get let off the hook for cerebellum.
no, I'm fully embracing that. Serotonin and cerebellum are my favourites.
Serotonin, I'm okay with, and Chiroptera I quite liked.
Thank you.
But cerebellum, oh.
It's actually Belem. You all pronounce it wrong. It's always Cantor Belem, I've said. But yeah.
Do they have an auntie?
No, they don't.
It's just eventually we're going to leave, and the gate guard is going to just be called Vamp. I'm like, what's your second name? I'm like, yeah, Pyre? What do you?
Oh, that'd be so good.
Agile guy, yeah.
Oh dear. Blade will just be his name.
Then surely he's a good guy.
He just passes you as you're leaving, he walks in. Yeah. Big silver raven on his armband.
Good.
Laser face. Oh dear.
I do sort of like the image also of Cass like having to like really screw out these nails with like blunting a dagger in the process. Just like crowbar in his hand and then
Just like screwing out nails.
Or like an obviously at least a dagger for each nail that was probably in that box in the first place, eh? Fleabite. Oh dear.
Just like, yeah, just crowbar and put it back into the thing. Like, nah, I'll just let her struggle.
Yeah, she's a strong, independent woman. Clearly can handle herself. She did get it open, so yeah. Or 19 in her athletics. That's pretty good. Pretty damn good. Yeah. How do you feel about your silent image?
That doesn't surprise me too much. Just mainly on the sort of meta knowledge of when Sarxus appeared as Cynthia
Mm.
and Richter. Richter knew
Mhm.
like immediately. So I am somewhat concerned that there is a Voldemort situation there.
Everybody check the back of your heads. Okay.
I probably won't try that again in a hurry, but see how that unfolds.
Yeah. Yeah. Anything else to add, bud?
I think that concludes.
Good. We're definitely a bit over, so we'll keep this part brief, but thank you all for playing, thank you all for watching, and we'll see what exciting disasters happen next time. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh,
Dylan,
wow.
say goodbye. Dylan.
Huh?
Say goodbye.